Hello, once again, happy. Oh my god, my voice is scuffed. Or at least it feels scuffed. It might not be that scuffed on recording, but it feels scuffed. Hello, universe. Happy day of the week to you. I remember having problems, but I don't remember having solutions. Which is really unfortunate, because I was thinking that I'd boot this up and be like, ah yes, this exact thing I'm supposed to do, perfect. I don't have any clue what I'm supposed to do. What was it? I know that we were bumping into issues, but I wasn't satisfied with how we completed it. We were able to make it to a kilo once at the end of last stream. But I don't remember how or why. Like, when I had arrived, we were like just out of supplies. Which made me not confident we'd make it, but how do we make it better? I mean, stronger explosives 10 will certainly help. It looks like our SPM is going down, so it'll take a while to get. Higher quality rocket turrets would be a good idea. Does Gleba have any of those on hand? I'm probably not running quality in them right now if I were to guess. My base is so compact on Gleba. I mean, it's not actually compact, but like, it ain't bad. I do have some quality ones. A lot of them, in fact. Wow. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go bring the Artemis over there then. I think that's the right idea. It shouldn't make too much of a difference driving over to Gleba right now. I guess we can see how this setup works on like a normal passenger flight instead of 1 to a kilo. It's the same distance, so being above Fulgora and Gleba shouldn't make a difference. Well, it looks like the 4 turrets are doing just fine. My thought process was that we can add another layer of turrets on the front, maybe. But thinking about it, I don't know if, we do have some extra space platform. I should make a condition where we, like, I guess I'll just pause there since we get close to it. We'll just drift into Gleba orbit. Okay, so I want to make a request. I think the easiest way is to do it on the Artemis itself, where we'll do a request. We'll just change these to uncommon instead. Port them from Glebatorius Maximus. And custom minimum payload is going to be 9. There we go. So now it'll bring us 9 of them. Which is as many as took up the stack, so maybe it'll be able to craft more of them, but probably not. I'm going to... I guess I'll hold on to these extra rocket turrets. I could shoot them down somewhere else. My thought process is maybe... I don't know. Can you daisy chain turret ammo? No, don't eat the ammo. My rockets. You can daisy chain ammo. Okay. So my thought process was maybe we do a little something like this, but with uncommon ones. That also might just rip through our ammo, though. Like, all jokes aside, this will give us more ammo storage, though. Rocket turret. That's rockets, not rocket turrets. There we go. Alright, let's not waste a bunch of rockets. I'm surprised those even spawned in with any rockets at all. I don't think there's any space platform we're making on Gleba. I think we can make some. Probably a good idea to have it set up on every planet in case we need to do quick upgrades. I think I'm gonna just do it in one of our little world famous bot setups though. That doesn't actually fit there. I guess we'll do it here. Space, platform, or foundation. Oh, that's the whole name. Great. These requester chest malls are so nice for just like things you would need occasionally need to grab but don't need a bunch of. Very, very convenient. So I'm going to go back to our ship and I'm going to go fortify our front a little bit more. Like this. I kind of want to do something like this, see if it looks cool. Maybe it'll look kind of dumb. We'll have to see once it's all connected, though. So Gleba is now making a foundation. How much do we need on the Artemis? It's probably like, what, 20, 30? 22, so just about where we were expecting. Not too far off of what we would hope. Makes them really slowly, but that's okay. We're gonna really need like 20 or whatever. Oh, I forgot that I was supposed to upgrade the production here. Maybe I'll do that while I'm waiting. Because we have the EM plants, I believe. You know what? While we're here, one in Rome, one in Gleb, do as the Glebans do, you know? I'm guessing that these aren't going to be good enough. We probably need the better ones, actually. The bulk inserters. There's no reason to not replace all wire production with this. Like, it's just free real estate at that point. With the, especially with the wires, you make so much bonus productivity with them. Do I want to do more of them is the question. I think the answer is probably not. Three is almost certainly enough for now. I mean, 3 is going to be better than... How many do we have now before? 6, was it? I kind of want to do one more. Let's get rid of this belt here. And then we'll put... one more, I guess? I mean, it's a little bit lopsided, admittedly. What if I do that? That'll make me feel better about it. Whoops, I'm putting green belts down. I shouldn't be doing that because I don't think there are any green belts on this planet. I really like doing whatever this is. This gives me happy brain chemicals. Whatever the legal engineering term is for whatever the heck this is, it makes my brain happy. I hope we have splitters on the planet. Surely we do. Boom. There we go. So now we're getting some productivity out of the beginning of the line. Looks like 4 is not enough. No, okay. It just needs bulk insert. I was thinking 4 was enough to do a belt. How many did we make per minute? Per second? 12 point... Or just 12 on the knot? Okay, so it's definitely not going to be enough to saturate the belt. At least it shouldn't be, right? Because these are 45 items. This will only be half a belt. It looks like so much more, though. I guess because it's still backloading and dumping. Either way, that's fine. It's a bunch of productivity. It's value down. Trust in the process. Still haven't finished a stack of those yet. See, the annoying quote-unquote part is going to be trying to get the M-plants in here because of how I designed this initially. It's not going to be the end of the world, but it's going to be a little bit annoying. I was playing... I've been telling my roommate about, excuse me, this stream, and she wanted to play our Death World last night, so I threw it on. And I landed on Gleba, and I realized how much worse, like... Not how much worse Gleba is, but like how much love needs to go into Gleba. And I thought to myself, one of the first things that I did once I got rocket turrets on the Gleba on this playthrough was, you know, set up a big wall and rockets and stuff. And she says to me, "What's the point of the walls?" And I was like, "What do you mean? It protects the base." She's like, "Don't they just walk over walls?" And I was like, you know, I think they do walk over walls. So I think the walls might just be for decoration here. I don't think they actually do anything. I said, "Oh yeah, but it'll protect from the little ones." She's like, "Do the little ones attack on their own?" I was like, "No." So moral of the story is these walls are purely decorative and make me just feel a little better about myself. Hey Q, how's it going? It's nice to see you. Happy Wednesday? It's gotta be Wednesday, right? I didn't stream on Monday because I wasn't home. Me judging what day of the week it is based on my stream. They call me a fully functioning adult. You'll never guess why. Okay, so this has 5 more. I'm not gonna rip up all of this, but I'm gonna rip up some of it. I was kind of putting it off, but I'm gonna do it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have a kind of an idea of what I want to do with these. Oh, wow, look at that. It'll put undergrounds there automatically. I never knew that. That's so nice. This is kind of what I want, but not exactly. I'm gonna just belt weave these though, is my plan. Just do this over and over. Ideally 5 times. I think I'm gonna move. It has so many sticks in it. There's a prestigious amount of stick. Oh, I just need to move that over one actually. Need that roboport to move up one, which hopefully won't completely obliterate our placement area. Unfortunately, I only got 4 down. So I'm gonna get down 5, but it's fine. Okay, there we go. Now getting productivity 2 steps the way down here. I mean, we're having some productivity before, but this will certainly be better. It is Wednesday. I'm okay. Sleepy. So how are you? I'm fine. I'd be dumb to complain, I think. I'm fine. Get some EM plants going. Does the Artemis get its juice? It hasn't gotten its juice yet. It has gotten its juice. It just doesn't have any normal turrets, I guess? I'm surprised. I figured it would have had plenty of normal turrets. Okay, no, it hasn't placed down. Do those space platforms not work? No, I just want to place the one. Heck, I don't think they want me to place that there for some reason. Surely we have space platform rights. Oh, boo, hiss. Whatever, fine. I guess we'll just have a less cool design. Why'd you let this one fly but not that one? It's probably the order in which I put it down. I'm sure there's some turrets on Gleba. There's no way there's not. Probably. Maybe I never brought any gun turrets. Maybe they're just sitting somewhere. I only need 4 of them. I know I have rocket turrets everywhere, but surely. I'm glad Gleba's functional enough where I can like say, hey, please make this stuff, and then it actually makes it. It's quite a blessing. I may as well keep working on circuits. I think I'm gonna put these in the line, maybe. So how do I want to do this? It'll have to take this. I can long-handed the other one, but then needs to output up there. I guess it doesn't have to output up there. No, that doesn't work. I think we just need to move where the copper cables are and then it'll be fine. Put it here. Because the iron dies here. There's no reason for the iron to go that far. Change that to red circuits. We'll copy a few of them. And then we'll do bada bing, bada boom. I guess we'll input the circuits high as to not change the other thing. Or the cables, I should say, not the circuits. Although it might need too many of these. I mean, red circuits are slow. This will be fine. Okay, well that's dramatically more productive red circuits done. I'm gonna just make a request for like 2 or 4 turrets, whatever we need, just not anything crazy. On the Artemis, we'll ask for 4 turrets. Of the gun variety, we'll ask for 4 of them. Import from Gleba. Miss minimum payload. I'm so glad that's a thing. I think we only need 4, right? Yeah. I'm hoping that by doubling the stuff up front will be good. The nice bonus of this is that we're storing an extra 48 rockets up here and an extra like 24 ammo on each side. So another 48. I guess I could have just figured out that it was probably 48 and everything. My concern is that they're going to shoot more because they're uncommon and their range is bigger. Looks like they're interspersed well here. Well-ish. I want them to be like little X's. There we go. So that we have the most coverage. The turrets have arrived. Is it normal to like not totally keep track of the day of the week? I've always done that my whole life. I think it got worse like as I've gotten older, to be honest. Oh, it gave me an extra 4. I was a waste. That's okay. I really don't need these extra rocket turrets. I guess I'll go swing by Fulgora doesn't need them either. I don't know what to do with them. I guess I'll just keep them for now. They don't really have a use here. I'll just drop them to Gleba. We can always pick them up off Gleba, but I don't think there's a reason to bring them to a kilo unless there's some like enemy that I don't know about. How is ammo on the inside of this belt? I hope that that's like a relic of something weird happening, because it should not be possible for ammo to be on the inside of the belt. There are 2 ammo productions, and they both place on the outside, so I'm very confused. Yeah, there it is right there. I'm gonna try and nip it. There we go. Then the ammo should just immediately distribute out here. It certainly already did. You just get placed, so we're good. Very weird that that happened. Okay, so we've doubled our forward operating capacity. I guess I'm gonna save and try again. May as well just go from Gleba. It shouldn't really matter in practice. And I'm a little concerned at how, like, look, we're taking pot shots at really, like, unnecessary stuff. Maybe it's fine. The turrets, I believe, are smart enough to not fire excess. So, like, if there is a rock, they won't fire 8 rockets at the rock. They'll fire 3 rockets in total amongst all of them. So there you go. 1, 2, 3, boom. The other ones didn't bother to fire. These 3 all fired once. It's gone. So far, so good, but obviously it gets a lot worse from here. I'm worried about the water backing up again. Did I fix this? It looks like it's okay. The thing is like, I could pause thrust, but I want to just go the entire way, because I'm not going to be able to micro this in the future. So it either is going to need to work or it's going to need to not work. There's no in between. Alright, this is like going extremely well. Although it does get really scary at this point. Our backward rockets run out of ammo. But we have successfully arrived on a kilo. Hopefully once it settles, they're going to be less common. Yeah, it looks like there's a few more on the outskirts. That was a crazy amount of rockets. How did we do on normal bullets? Maybe we just craft normal bullets really quickly, but we had a... There's no rockets on the belt at all, it looks like. We're not making any rockets either. Right, because these have priority. I needed to set that up. I must have done that in a... I'm gonna just disable these. Rockets are way more important. I'm going to have this... That's reading all the contents, so I'm gonna have these only turn on when there's like 20 rockets on here. We'll do 25. These are medium oxide asteroids. They'll still hurt us, though. Although ammo kunks out, like, extremely fast. I wish our setup allowed for easier access to... I mean, maybe it does. I think iron ore is going to be tough to come by in this area because it's just all oxide. That was one of my concerns. That's something I felt like I had to set up. Reprocessing oxide, maybe. Thankfully, there's still some molten iron in there and a good chunk of the plates. But I could certainly see reprocessing oxide being necessary for this ship. As for where the heck I would fit it, lol, comma space Lamau. Okay, either way, we're floating above a kilo. Is there any... Is this only oxide? There's a metallic asteroid, thank goodness. Actually, wait, is that a problem? I realize now that it's possible for our ship to get sideswiped by something. Because, like, our outer range of it is right here. So if technically this big oxide just happens to come from left to right, I don't think it'll happen. Like, this one, its trajectory is looking suspiciously like it might hit the back of our ship, or we're not going to hit it at all, which is annoying. Because while it's great that we're here, getting back might be like borderline impossible without reprocessing the ice. So the question becomes, how the heck can I do that? I do have a crusher on board, which is nice. We'd want the oxide reprocessing to go kind of where the off-ramp is. Wonder if I could do that. Honestly, that's a very interesting way to do it. Oh, you're kidding. Do I not have enough, Oh no, I do. It just was being touchy. No, you're supposed to be blacklisted. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to set these up so these only turn on, or at least change what they're grabbing afterwards. I don't know. Maybe this is just fine as is, but I'm concerned that this isn't going to be enough. But in our current state, this is, I guess, a nice way when it's hovering above a kilo, but at this rate as well, like, we're never going to leave, basically. It's effectively stranded above a kilo. Is that a hole in the ship? I'm going to leave it, but why is there a hole in the ship? Maybe it's an aesthetic hole? I've never noticed that hole before. Okay, so... ship attacks, makes oxide, Looks like you want to use laser for the smaller ones. I think someone mentioned that before. But like, we're spending rockets here. Oh, medium carbonic. Holy. We're not going plus, which is the scary thing. I don't think the Artemis makes it out of here alive, and I don't really want to park the ship here if it's just going to die, which is why I'm hesitating to go to a kilo. Alright, so this new design... grabs a bunch of chunks. The ice goes through. It's either used or it's not. It is being used, which is, I guess, a good thing. In theory. I really hope the big asteroids can't, like, hit us. I wish that carbonic was a little bit closer. Then excess ones go through here. This does not get benefit of processing or productivity. I think this number needs to go up a little bit. I'm gonna put this up to 40. So I'm noticing we're dumping a few carbonic ones with no real benefit to do so. I think we definitely need speed modules in this if we're going to keep it like this. Yeah, there are some big ones that can just attack us from the side. Maybe they can't. I'm really concerned about it, though. Our belts are looking really barren, so I'm thinking that this might be a failed trip. Interestingly enough, there's actually rockets on the belt, and these are full, so we're at least producing plus on rockets. But, like, if this thing follows the instructions I gave it, it won't be here a long time before it can leave. Though if we're legally plus, then that's okay, I guess. We just need to redesign it to be better somehow. All I could think of is, like, better oxide reprocessing when on the trip, I guess? But I feel like we would need several of them. Which leads me to believe that I'm going to need to chop this and then bring the top upwards and make it a little bit more length. I feel like I'm running out of space. It's a strange dichotomy to fit. I want normal bullets, but we also need rockets. Normal bullets will help us. I mean, we just need them to stay alive as well. But this will just consume all of our iron. Then boom, we fire a few rockets, that turns off. Grabbing a good chunk of ice, maybe we'll just be fine. I wish there was a better version of reprocessing we could get. That'd be so nice. So 1 in 5 chance to lose it, 2 in 5 chance to turn back into itself, and then 1 in 5 chances respectively to get the one of the things we actually want. It does work though. Like this might be able to let us leave someday. It's nice to see that the thruster fuel, once the thruster fuel maxes out too, like much of the ice will be repurposable, I guess. I mean, not really. It'll have to fill up the water tank, which the water tank's fine. Did I not bring extra water this time around? Maybe I didn't. This being said, I am not totally confident that we are going to be able to make it out of here. So I'm watching with bated breath to see if we're gonna. It's a shame I can't productivity module that. What modules do I have up here? I'm so nervous to land on the planet. I just don't want to make a bunch of progress on the planet. Oh, we got fancy ones. I don't want to make a bunch of progress on the planet and then have to like completely reset basically. I'm being a little bit hesitant before committing to this. So we're at 400 ammo and 12 rockets, so at least we're getting something. It's so weird though. It's like, it's not like... I really wish we could grab on the front. Maybe I should put front grabbers too. That could be a difference that would be nice. It's so weird. I feel like we're negative on everything, right? Because like, we're not gaining a ton of rockets. It takes a good chunk of ammo to break these. We're spending a bunch of ammo to break them as well. A rare asteroid collector would go crazy. Maybe lasers for the small ones to save ammo too? There's a good idea, I think. You could certainly power them. What is this thruster fuel waiting on? Is this iron? Okay, so iron is being split multiple ways right now. So that's a big chunk of the issue, is that this fuel takes so long. This ammo is going up, so this ammo is actually like improving. We were at 400 before, now we're almost at 500, right? Oh, it actually just fluctuates a crazy amount because of how little it can read. I just wanted to see that our rockets were incrementing eventually. It does not look like our rockets are incrementing eventually, but I'm willing to bet they'll have a much better chance once this fuel is done flowing. Stronger Explosives 10, I would love to say that it pushes us to be able to hit these asteroids. It barely doesn't. We're doing 960, and these have 2,000 health. So if we can get one more of those, which is very expensive, but I'm going to put it in because one more will push us over to hitting the... Oh, that's spooky. To hitting the asteroids, which will be a great boon to us. It sucks. I feel like the carbonic ones and stuff always come like in front of the ship versus the side. This is really just watch the ship to see what goes on. Oh, anything comes through, bam. It's rocket time. I feel like I should add productivity to this. Though it wasn't a huge like stressor before. I don't know if we have any prod mods up here, do we? We have some. Wonder if it's worth it. I mean, the machine's not always running, so logically a bunch of speed isn't the perfect solution. Ooh, okay, never mind. It can't even be used on this. Of course, our rocket's not an intermediary product. I'm gonna say process, but that's not quite what we were looking for. Oh, you know what I can do though? Is productivity in here will make at least a difference. These should probably change from speed to productivity as well. Getting prod 2s or prod 3s could go big here. This is good. I'm able to identify what we're lacking on. So asteroid productivity actually does go crazy. Why is this 7,593? I guess it doesn't meaningfully matter. Imagine we just land on a kilo and it turns into some like survival game where we need to maintain our body heat and stuff. Turns out Gleba is just the most important place in the game. Let's back up to 8 rockets. There shouldn't be like... There's some on the belt. Okay, so we're stabilizing. We're absolutely stabilizing. The ship is stabilizing. Once we get the next stronger explosives, the ship is, I think, good to go. It takes a long time to stop here, but this is like... This is just part of the deal. Like right now, we've surpassed our expected firearm magazines. These have a condition where as long as there's over 600, it won't output anymore. So now all the extra iron is going there. So we're getting our rockets, which means our rockets are going up. Cool. So we've stabilized. Great. I am going to make it so that it's not going to leave. So I'm going to pause the thrust so it'll just continue doing things. I just wanted to make sure that the ship wasn't going to just float in space and die, but it looks like our solution is fine. This solution may not work once we've taken off. This might be too slow. I might need to beacon it or something, and I think that might be the play. But currently this is reprocessing the extra ice, and then these are throwing off anything that isn't ice that's extra. But there's so much ice we produced when going down that I'm concerned it will still back up. It might not because of the length of this belt, but it's something we'll have to think about regardless. But I am going to go to a kilo now. I think it's time. Our rocket total is going up. Our firearm magazines are looking healthy. Our thrusters are now full, so we're not wasting any iron on anything but ammunition anymore. Or at least on making iron plates, which then trickle down into ammunition. Waiting for the explosives as well, which are reliant on the carbonic. Excess ice gets dumped through. You're still making water to fill up the water tank, which is fine. I wish there was a way I could be like, don't bother filling up your water tank. I mean, this is like a great place to actually fill it up. There's so much ice. I was gonna say don't fill it up here, but this is fine. Either way, I'm confident enough to land on the planet, so I'm going to save the game, I guess. I mean, yeah, we'll save it. I'll commit to it. I'll commit to it. I was a little bit nervous. But so we are going to go land on a kilo for the first time. Wish us luck, because it's going to be a big pain in the butt to get extra stuff if we need it. Not the end of the world, but definitely a pain in the butt. Visit a kilo. Okay, I've seen it on the load screen, but this is still not what I expected. So we have big lithium ice formations. Forgot I don't have anything with me. Alright, well, let's learn. So it's cold here. We clearly don't have issues ourselves. We've got lithium processing because we mined big lithium ice formation, which gives ice platform, ice, and lithium. Looks like we can make lithium with holmium plate, lithium brine, and ammonia. So we can make lithium on its own, but it requires holmium plates. Lithium plates are made from 1 lithium. Okay, so it scares me already that they're expecting me to ship holmium plates here. What are those 3 things? Is that just novice? Yeah, it's novice. Okay, so ice platforms can go onto the water. There's a bunch of crude oil here. And then some lithium brine that we can get here. Well, I guess we'll start by having the Artemis shoot me down some stuff. I think I'm stuck here for a while. So cargo landing pad is definitely the first one to go, because then we could have all of our stuff in one place. I'm hoping the cargo landing pad lands in this area. I don't know what the limitation on it is. Okay, cool. So there's the cargo landing pad. I think my first goal, unironically, I mean, not that it's like crazy to do. I think my first goal is going to be to get off. Like, I want to ensure that I'm not stuck here if an emergency happens, and it looks like this place is going to be really brutal. Maybe it won't be so bad. It looks like there's no like enemy threats. There's also fluorine over there as well, I'm noticing. So we're certainly going to have to make it to these other islands. What's our tech looking like? So we can get a cryogenic plant by making a lithium plate. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to make enough lithium here. Ooh, it takes processing units, superconductors, refined concrete. So we already need a bunch of stuff from Fulgora. I think I might just send the ship away right now, because clearly we need to bring a bunch of stuff. I'm going to drop everything, and then I'm going to make sure it can make it back to Fulgora. And then we're going to stock up on superconductors, processing units. What was the other thing we need? Holmium plates, I guess, would be nice. It looks like the actual research pack is fine. Fluoroketone hot pops out, though. There's really not much to do on a kilo, huh? It's just go down, craft a lithium plate, make the science pack, and then you're kind of done. It just seems like this is going to be a ship check. So concrete, substations, big electric poles, grabby hands, belts. Everything here can freeze. I think that that's like the name of the game in this sense, is that everything can freeze. And so you need some sort of constant heat. It looks like we produce excess liquid, which hopefully we can turn into heat, maybe. It looks like everything else should stay on here. I could shoot down the speed modules, but I don't think it's necessary. So what happens if I place something? Just kind of exists. I was expecting it to freeze. Okay, so that's frozen. So what does the ice mean? Does it just not work at all? Did I forget to bring bots all together? Nope. At least construction bots are there. I heckin' certainly didn't bring logistics spots though, unless I shot them down already. That's okay. Alright, so Fulgora equals very important. Alright, so the Artemis has dropped everything relevant. Ooh, it really hasn't produced a lot of rockets yet though. Gonna remove Novice from its trips and just leave it as Fulgora. Cool. So I'm hoping that I can do at least a little bit here while we're effectively stranded here. I can. I was gonna say, I thought there was a way to like respawn, but maybe there's not. I was gonna say I can, in theory, deliberately die and come back. I was hoping the Artemis would get more rockets by now. I'm a little surprised it hasn't. If it can't get rockets, then that save was a real blunder. I can probably micro it through the asteroid field. The thing is once it starts running, it might just be fine. You know what? I'm actually going to do that really quick. It's going to be a lot of like saving and going now. Well, we have an autosave for it going, so that'll be nice to have either way. We'll make sure to not get rid of that autosave, in case we are truly trapped. Like this thing here, this big asteroid or oxide asteroid. Why aren't you ignoring your priorities? Does that just like hit the ship? I'm very concerned about those. I feel like I need to set up more rocket turrets on the lower side. Maybe I'll do that as well. I'm gonna try and micro it to full Gora right now. The most important thing I think is making it through this first like chunk. I got a feeling I'm going too fast. But if we don't push through the hard part right away, I don't think we're gonna make it, period. I'm deliberately pausing thrust here because we're quite low on rockets. In fact, we're completely out. Hopefully getting a few rockets set up before it collides. Should be very close. At this state, we're slowly drifting backwards, which is not ideal. The dream is just to make it past that 15,000 kilometer mark. Really need to get that rocket out like now. Alright, there we go. Uh-oh. That might have been me, Cuban. Heck, alright. I'm surprised. We were getting plus on stuff before, but now we're no longer plus, so I don't know what changed. Maybe we're zeroed out and it looks like we're occasionally gaining some, and then it immediately goes into turrets. But like, what else could I do differently in this situation? I guess better productivity modules is an option. Low power. That big asteroid did strike us. What a pain. Yeah, I think we gotta go back, unfortunately. I mean, we've learned a little bit, but like... And now suddenly our circuit's like, yeah, we have plenty of rockets. Why? It only took us getting struck by a meteor, but we're doing great. Why do you ask? Definitely the biggest, like, I don't know exactly what to do situation I've been in this game in a long time. I mean, Stronger Explosives 11 is really just, like, almost necessary. I'm almost tempted to go load save and just have it, like... Just kind of like do maintenance on planets for a little bit and upkeep the ship a little bit more. I think that might be a good idea. Clearly this is not going to cut it. It's like a toss-up if we leave or not, and now our rockets are going positive because of course they are. I don't know what made the difference. We literally got hit by an asteroid, like literally. I'm leaving again. No, I didn't want to waste like 1,000,000 rockets right there. You suck. I was like, I could sneak past that one big one and we won't waste a bunch of resources on it. Spoiler. Resources wasted. I just kind of want to watch the ship blow up, to be honest. Alright, we're going to go back before we left. Clearly we need to update the ship's design a little bit more. At least this was after I changed a lot of things, which is nice. We didn't lose much. I want to go back to Fulgora, I think, as well. But I also want more rocket turrets, because I want some on the flanks as well. I think that my initial design is fine, but I think that it needs a little bit more defensively. Because we literally, like, we took one to the knee, the metaphorical knee. If there's a bus called Struggle, we're on it. Okay, this actually can't go here. Which is moderately annoying. I could cut out part of the fluid tank. What are the consequences of that? I guess we have less water stored? Let's make these into default rocket turrets, I suppose. Instead of the fancy schmancy ones. We just shot them down onto Gleba, but we're going to reclaim them. Whoa. Oh, I clicked the Apollo. I was like, why are we getting the science? My brain just like mixed several wires together. Okay, Gleb is firing up the rocket turrets. Perfect. This is also before we changed the ice thing down here, but I don't even think that was enough. What the heck am I gonna do? Can you put things into... You can. Weird. I mean, I could use that as like a temporary buffer for rockets. And like have it only activate. Enable, disable. It'll only pull rockets out when they're below 50, we'll say. This will stockpile rockets, technically. Can I read the contents of this? Okay, no, I definitely want to use a different wire. That's going to make everything scrunked. Then everything's going to read the contents. Okay, so enable, disable. Rockets. I mean, this is kind of clever. As long as we have 4 spaces, we could store an extra 400 rockets in here when we're over safe skies. Because we get plenty of stuff here. I also realized with my failed excursion that we don't have bots of both types. Let's go swing by Novus, I think. I think we're gonna swing by Novice. Why do I want to swing by Novice? I don't remember. Oh, right. I was gonna go pick up some bots. Although Novice might not have any bots in boxes, to be honest with you. I think I never set that up right. I feel like I have to babysit the ship now. Hey, look, a nice load of Gleba science coming in. Looks like our yellow science is gunked, so maybe I'll have to take a look at that too. I believe my bot production is right down here. Which is broken because we have no electric engine units, presumably because I broke them long ago because they're not getting any lubricant, which is fine. I think I'm going to stop putting more robots in the system. Having 3,000 of them is probably fine for now. But you know what I'll do is Oh, I could have done this ages ago. Such an obvious fix. So enable, disable on both of these, and we'll have the left one be... I think those are logistics robots. And it'll pull them out when they're greater than or equal to 50. So it'll just pull extra ones out. I think I'm going to just remove the quality from these for the sake of simplicity. And I'll do the same thing with construction robots. That way there's always some for a ship to request. Or should basically always be some. I'll do it like that. Okay, so we're above Novice. Can I, like, deliberately put some into a box? Probably, if I find some sleeping in a roboport somewhere. I don't know how much I really need them. Wonder where they all are. Okay, a good chunk of them are down here. This is strange. Why would this be, like, empty? Oh, I guess if a ship... This is a buffer chest. So, I guess if a ship requests repair packs, it takes it out of there? Weird. That seems like an excess setup. Okay, so the Artemis is requesting a lot of garbage, I'm now realizing. It's shift-click to drop things. I need to go drop singles. Because we do not have the space to mess around. Maybe I went kind of crazy on the heat pipes. Honestly, I think 250 is probably not enough, though. The Artemis is going to have more space on later trips, but like... My hope is that I can get there, drop myself, and then just bounce basically right away. I don't know if that's possible or not, but that's the plan. Did the bots fill up yet? Wait, why is this breaking? It's just a bunch of old crafters that never got upgraded. I believe adding more productivity here slows them down. It looks like we're not exactly rolling in LDS, so it's probably a good idea. It's slightly slower. Stronger Explosives 11 is going to be like a genuine ultra game changer. I know the Artemis is so tight on space though. Ugh. I wish I could fit one more cargo bay somewhere. I knew not the value of cargo space. I've actually decided that these roboports are like super overkill. So I'm going to bring it down to 20 at most right now. Looks like we've got 50 of each robot now, which is nice as well, so that worked out. I'm surprised we have no substations made. I'm guessing I broke something with that. No steel comes through here. Perhaps steel was on this somehow? I mean, there's a lot of steel going on here. Whoops. Probably can just use red belts. Being that that's downwind of, like, this stuff that I just changed recently, it's almost certainly just a consequence of this having been what fed it, maybe. Oh, you know what? No, this is fine. I was like, what is this? This is, like, really jank. Okay, at least we're making substations again. I'm gonna shoot down the rest of the water barrels because we're going to collect 100 of them. I mean, maybe I'll do 50 of them instead. I mean, 100 is how much the rocket fits, so I don't know. I feel so ill-prepared. Someone had mentioned before grabbing a nuclear power plant could be a good idea. I could theoretically do that and then shoot down some uranium cells. And then melt ice for boilers. I'm turning off that request. There's enough water there. I think we could shoot down some of these big electric poles. Keep these at 150 each. I think 150 is probably even killing it for the big electric poles. It looks like we're really space constrained. That seems like the big thing is that space is going to be very, very tight on a kilo. Not that we're going to want to spread very far anyways. What was the crafting recipe for module 3s? Those are biter eggs. Such a pain. I would love to make those, but it's just like, ugh. Well, that's stronger explosives 10. Again, 11's the big one, so maybe I'll wait for our next attempt. Till we get 12. 12 lets us 2-hit, which will... I mean, it saves 1 rocket per thing. It's enormous. It's basically 50% ammo consumption, or conservation, 33%, whatever. Something I should grab. Maybe stuff for a rocket? I don't know. My thought was that I would land and then be able to go to and fro. Like, we have a boatload of rockets available now. This is not dropping any because the belt is very healthy. I guess we'll yeet over to... I mean, maybe some solar panels, actually. I'm trying to think of how we're going to get our first ounce of power, right? Getting the heating tower up until heating range seems like it's a very difficult endeavor. I'm almost tempted to just like cut the ship in half, stretch it upwards, then add more cargo. In fact, I think I'm gonna do that. While we're above novice, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna save before this because this scares me to do. It's gonna put so much garbage inside of the the ship itself, including a bunch of ore, which I'm not totally prepared for. But also, like, the more weight we add to the ship, the heavier it is. Oh, I didn't actually set up the reprocessing either. I really wish I could fit a third one. You know what? I'm gonna make it work. Actually, it'd be easier to do it this way. So we definitely need ice reprocessing. I guess I could just... This might just be fine, I don't know. That's the wrong recipe. It's a really fascinating problem. Okay, so this, anything excess gets reprocessed and put through, and a 1 in 5 chance to just break it. It's kind of a lump on the side of our ship, admittedly. But I think what I'm going to do is set it up so that these read the belt. And if there's too much of their respective ore on it, it just yeets the excess ones. No, because that don't really work. It'll occasionally just put them... I mean, it might work. I don't know the priority of it. So this would be the iron one. Is that metallic or is that carbonic? That's metallic. Okay, cool. So metallic, carbonic, and then oxide. And then with the oxide, we will disable it unless it's 20, I guess? Maybe 20 is too high. It'll go back into the system unless there's 20 on the belt, I guess. I might be reading the wrong belt, to be honest, but that's okay. So this will make it so all the extra stuff comes into here. These have speed modules. Maybe we'll grab better modules over Fulgora. Like, certainly we should, because Fulgora is at least making quality 2s and stuff. Man, I wish I could fit some more space in here, though. I can move the ammonia tanks up a little bit. Or not ammonia, thinking I'm on a kilo already. I think I could fit one more storage bay. Like this. No, it barely doesn't fit. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, you know what? Let's go to Fulgora. Let's grab the best modules we can. And also drop some more stuff. I guess, because we're gonna need, I don't remember what it was anymore. It was the plates, the superconductors, and I feel like it was something else. Processing units and refined concrete. What did the science take? Do we happen to remember that? Ice, lithium plate, and fluoroketone cold. It looks like a fluoroketone. I assume it's ketone. And this takes lithium, which you can either mine or you need to make from holmium plates. So we're going to need to have a constant stream of holmium plates coming in from Fulgora. So we really need to have this Fulgora a kilo trip really, really safe. I think it's a solid idea to have the inductor maybe work as like an in-between where we drop off the science at Fulgora and then Fulgora brings it back to Novice with the inductor, and this one is just focused on going betwixt. How is this circuit reading? Oh, okay, it's 900 because it's a different circuit. All right, so this is a concern. I hadn't considered this to happen, but it certainly makes sense that it would. Glad we did it here instead of somewhere else. Okay, I like this because if nothing else, in theory, this will dump extra stuff at a pretty decent pace. And then we'll just reprocess a good chunk of them in here. With better speed modules, it'll be even better. So I think we have uncommon speed 2s in here already, don't we? We don't. I don't know why I was confident that we did. I guess we may have and then spent them already. I spent it. It's gone. Get over it. So Fulgora, you've broken because I've stopped making those thingies because I've made too many high quality ones, which is heckin' awesome for the record. But everything broke because this is not able to make any more accumulators. Therefore, we are backed up on holmium. This being said, what a wonderful problem to have. Not mad about that one in the slightest. Gonna just do a quick fix there, just to get the engine going again. If I'm ever going to be overstocked on something, holmium is not what I'm going to be mad about. This said, it looks like we have an okay chunk of speed module 2 rares even. So I'm going to ask for those on here because I think they'll be better than speed module 3s even. So let us make a request for speed module 2 rare. We'll ask for 17, or I guess 17 of them is fine. Import them from Fulg. I'm currently Fulging, and then we'll make it 17 as the minimum payload. It'll shoot those up, and then we can request those in. Because these are 20% speed each. If we look at the speed module 2 rares, oh, I think I established that I want quality modules, or like really nice quality modules up there actually. Those are 20. I don't know how much the 2s are going to end up being. Let's make a request assuming that the Fulgora has them. And it does for rare productivity modules too as well. Productivity module 2 rare, we'll ask for, I don't remember when it was there, we'll say 20. I import from Fulgora, and then we'll make our minimum load 20. Looks like there was at least 20 to bring up there. Cool, so now these are 48% speed each instead of 20, so these are quite a bit faster. It's a shame you can't put modules like that into a inserter. Just have a really fast inserter. So I think the ideal situation is all of these will just kind of RNG into other stuff and just have more time in the system while we're still dumping excess that shows up. Interesting that I didn't realize, but my sulfur output is now there. Ironically, I don't have this filtered for sulfur. So it just kind of yeets whatever, but it tends to only get sulfur, which I guess is nice, but I should really filter that. That should hopefully be fine. We don't generally have an excess of sulfur, so I'm hoping this one off-put is good enough for us. Unfortunately, I think I've used up all the water. Yeah, I've used up all the water coming here. So it goes. Okay, so I'm going to call for these rare prod mods. These are now 9% productivity per module versus the 4%, so effectively a little bit more than double. So instead of 8% in each machine, we're getting 18%, which means every time we do just over 5 recipes, we get one for free versus doing over like 9 or, you know, almost 10, basically. Or more than 10, actually, because it's only 8%. So even better. Like, that's a pretty big boon. I want to put these quality 2s in everything important that is quality 1 right now. Basically, if something doesn't have module 2s in it, I've failed because there's so many steps I could take to improve stuff. This is something I need to improve as well. I don't think we have enough. We don't have enough productivities to fill both of them. This produces 0.5 coal per second. This produces 0.5 explosives. This is reliant on getting sulfur, and this is also reliant on getting sulfur. So this one's the smarter one to give the productivity fancy schmancy ones to. Do we have 3 more productivity 2 rares down there? Surely we do. And minimum payload. We only need 3 more. I feel like we had more than that. I just guessed the number. Perfect. So I will make a request for this as well. Apparently we had a few extra on us anyways, so we only needed the 1, but I'm shooting up 3, I guess. Something else I apparently need is going to be some holmium plate, which I don't even think I have in a box, to be honest with you. I guess I'll shoot up 300 holmium, and how many superconductors have a small stack size? Don't they like small? Oh no, their stack size is 200. Fantastic. I'll ask for 600 then. I'm gonna have to do some inventory foo, but that's fine. Do I even have superconductors in a box? That's gonna be a solid no. I do not, which is unfork knife for sure. Really wish I had some of these stockpiled, but I had no idea before that it was going to be important. This could push our base into dire straits power-wise. I'm hoping it won't. This thing kind of consumes so much. We're producing 3.21 per second, so it doesn't take too long to satisfy what we want. $16,000 is so much, but this research is certainly worth it. Oh, how is this possible? I thought I put a contingency so that this wouldn't happen. I guess it's the fact that steel just goes to die here for some reason in a box. Don't know how I didn't plan for that, but here we are. That is like the worst place to offload that steel to. If it was right here, I could recycle it. Where is my steel recycling normally? I know I have one set up, I just don't remember where it is. Steel plant recycling. Oh yeah, we got a fancy schmancy one all the way over there. However, getting it over there is going to be a bit of a pain in the butt, so I'm gonna have to get a little belt fooey here. So the important thing is basically just getting it back on the steel belt, which isn't going to be too hard in practice. The steel belt's over there. We are down here. Certainly not going to be pretty. Heck. Okay, so now it's easy. The steel belt is directly above us. Now any excess steel should just pop off the bottom here. Man, Fulgora always finds ways to break, and it's really interesting. I guess it's more me not finding the ways that it can break at an appropriate pace, probably. This is like going faster than we produce LDS, so it should be fine. Okay, so let's look back at the Artemis. The Artemis is requesting holmium plates. Apparently you need to put 1,000 of these on a rocket at once. I'm going to put the minimum payload of 600. It will ask for 600 of them. We have 1,000 on the way. Buddy, that isn't gonna work for me. I only wanted 300. I also need refined concrete, which is its own can of worms. Like, I'm taking... I want to take at least a little bit of all the stuff. How much does it stack to? We'll just take 100. I want to take a little bit of everything to get me, like, the first few buildings on there when I get there. But I also, like, want to make sure the ship can get back, and a lot of its space is skunked and bunked right now. I also would like to bring just some iron and steel and copper just to, like, be able to make some stuff if I need to think of it after the fact. So it's 40 refined concrete per cryogenic plant, so let's actually go for 200. This is a lot of work. I thought a kilo was going to be a one and done. I probably spent like 5 or 6 hours now just trying to get to a kilo successfully. It does appear that we have a pretty prestigious amount of rockets on the belt, which surprises me because I don't really see any. I'm guessing most of them are inside of here? No. I guess they're just stacked really high, which is, I guess, the stack inserters doing what they got to do. Stacking is certainly incredible, and I'm glad that we started implementing it. It was great advice. Why are we not producing any more superconductors? We were almost good, it looked like. Gosh, I can't decide where I want to look. Because the plastic is getting destroyed? Okay. I guess there was just a massive influx of it. That makes sense. The massive influx was because this was scrungle-bunked, and now it's no longer scrungle-bunked, so my circuit should work fine. We do make them really fast, though. 3.21 per second is just like a minute to get the 200 we need. Okay, did we get all of the refined concrete? There's none on the planet, so we need to make sure that there's some there. I thought it just spits out refined concrete. Is it normal concrete it does? It does. We certainly make refined concrete, but it's not making any because it doesn't have any iron sticks. It doesn't have any iron sticks because the iron sticks lost access to iron. This also lost access to iron plates. At one point there was iron plates coming through here, but no longer. So let us rectify that. Thankfully, it looks like the framework to rectify that really easily is already here. Cool. Is it in a requester over here? Huh. I thought it was going to be in one for like a silo or something, but I don't see a silo one set up. Oh, it makes it so slow, but it makes like 10 at a time or whatever. Yeah, but it makes it really slow. Alright, where are you dragging these to? Okay, so it's because of these. I'm gonna turn off this request group here. Heck, it's still got a bunch of them. We gotta make at least some of those plants over there. Dagnabbit. I didn't realize you could left click drag these. That's so cool. I mean, it says it on like the tooltip, but I just didn't realize it. I'm very much like, I don't want to say I'm out of it today, but I am out of it a little bit. Maybe that's why I'm chugging so much in Factorio. I really want to work on Blender stuff, but I don't know if my brain's in the right like state for it. And when like, at least for me, if my brain's not in like the right way to like do a specific thing, it's so hard to actually like accomplish it, and it sucks. Let's speed module the crap out of this. Surely we have some uncommon ones sitting around in here. We sure do. I'm guessing our request for 600 of those panned out already. Sure did. We also have 1,000 holmium plate, which by golly, I only wanted 300. I'm not going to say no to 1,000, I suppose, but we'll take it. And I just want to make at least a few cryogenic plants to start. They're sending our first 100 now. And then I guess we'll go over to a kilo. My plan is going to be this time to get to a kilo, drop myself onto it, drop a bunch of resources down, and then just send the ship away. Just say goodbye to it. Assuming that it has enough fuel to make the trip back. But I don't want to risk going negative on rockets. I want it to spend as little time in a kilo space as possible. I'm hoping that helps my problem at least a little bit. Because in theory, it shouldn't spend that much time above a kilo. I can add like a deliberate like weight condition where it's like, I mean, these conditions should be sufficient, having like that many rockets and stuff. But I could force it above a kilo to just get out sooner. Maybe that's part of the problem, is that a kilo is just very, very dangerous to float above. I'm hoping that this helps a lot. It should at least help to an extent. I don't know if this circuit logic really is going to matter. Because like these don't have filters. You just pull out of the machine and eat it off if there's too much of things on a belt. I wish I could look for multiple conditions to be met. There's probably a way to do it with combinators and stuff, but man, combinators are so heckin' confusing. I believe that rocket going up is the one reaching the Artemis. Perfect. All right, let's give it one more try, I suppose. And if it goes bad, then heck it. We'll just give up and go to bed. Okay, I'm going to save my game. I am going before Stronger Explosives 11. You know what? Heck it. Heck them kids, as they say. I probably forgot some stuff, but at least I have the basics of making the machines now. So this will start offloading rockets as soon as there's less than 50 rockets on the belt. It will start dumping the excess of them. I realize now that this should be connected. No, that's fine. Oh man, it's gonna be so nice to get that research though. Like, it's gonna take a while, but it is gonna be so nice to be able to kill him in 2 rockets. Genuinely a game changer. Still a tremendous amount of rockets in storage, and a good amount in the belt still as well. Alright, so this went, like, tremendous. Our actual trip here went good. I'm going to make it leave basically as soon as it has thrusters to do so. Nothing backed up. This yeeted a bunch of extra ones, but we also put a bunch back in the system. Great. We've arrived. We've run out of rockets, but I think that there's still some on the belt. I hope there's still some on the belt. Has this turned on? This is definitely reading things wrong. I should have changed the wire. It's reading how many's in storage. There we go. I should change this to a stack inserter as well. This way we can fit way more in one spot. Cool, so now we have our storage of extra rockets going through. Things are still crafting. It's going to take a little bit. We're like completely out of our oxidizer. But our extra storage of rockets will hopefully deal with any problems that are going to manifest. We have rockets on the backside now as well. I am going to immediately jump down myself this time. Aquilo is so much less friendly than the other places. Feels like such a nightmare to get started on. Maybe it's just a skill issue on my part. I'm not particularly good with the ship stuff. Is this the same Aquilo? Yeah, it looks like it is. I just haven't revealed the stuff over here yet. Oh, I can fly over here. I didn't realize. Okay. I'm glad I brought the mech suit. Alright, so we're going to have the Artemis just immediately unload its cargo landing pad and then just dump everything, basically, except the rockets, obviously. So how does this work? This keeps going until there's 400 in there. So we need to change something about this because this doesn't make enough sense. No, I guess this does make sense. I mean, it's working at least, so it feels like really shoddy, but it doesn't look like we're gonna run out of rockets anytime soon. We're not super, I mean, I guess we're not super low on rockets. Everything is reprocessing. The extra ice or whatever extra stuff we get is not just being dumped, it's being reprocessed, it's being put back on the belt, and it's having a chance at life again. We've produced a good chunk of thruster fuel and oxidizer. I think this is the one. Okay, cool. So let's grab... I think it's a combination of a lot of small things coming together, but I do think it is what we needed to succeed. So let's do it. Artemis, we're going to have you drop down basically everything you've got. Except for your uranium fuel cells, you can keep those. Honestly, stack inserters go so crazy. I think I need to just stack inserter everywhere on the, I mean, not everywhere, but most of places on the ship would be a good idea. Is there anything else I need? This is space stuff. We're gonna need some solar panels to get started at least. Want the electric poles. Would like the belts, as well as the undergrounds and stuff as well. And then the concrete. And I think that that's everything. And I'm going to just let it go back to... We're going to remove Novice. It's just going to go back to Fulgora. And then I'm going to just make it passenger present. The plan is to leave myself here and let the ship get out safely. Our rocket count is actually going upwards, which is tremendously surprising to me, considering how bad it went last time. Okay, boom. We got a bunch of stuff here. More stuff's coming down, even better. Boom. Okay, so I have a handful of bots on me. I'm going to make a request to clear out this area. I believe they're very slow here, or they like freeze quickly or something. They seem like they're doing better this time than they did last time. We've unlocked lithium processing. Maybe they use power much quicker. Okay, so to get a cryogenic plant, we need to make a lithium plate. To make a lithium plate... Where is lithium plate on this list? There it is. It's just lithium in a furnace of some kind. So let's set up one of our furnaces. We're very, 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 very far from the sun. Like, really far. That is a hot furnace, or a cold furnace. It's frozen. How do we solve it being frozen? A heating tower would work, but are pump jacks also frozen? Do I have any way to start this system? I guess solar panels might not be frozen inherently. Solar panels will exist, and so will substations. So we have some form of power. Not much. Let me tell you, they do not produce much power. But they produce something, which is better than nothing. Are my pump jacks also free from the cold? No, okay, so those are going to be cold as well. I want to make sure that I watch the Artemis's trip back, because it's about to leave. It might require more fuel, so I'm going to set it to 22k instead. Just to make sure it's not going to run out on the trip, because it like drains its tanks to come here. So I could definitely see that being an issue. And it seems like it's fine in space now. Why is our science so scrungly bunked? Just the yellow? What's the yellow held back by? It's not getting any... We're out of LDS? Huh. I guess LDS is another one of those things where we can just upgrade the machines. That adds some speed, and that should help at least a little bit. I do see that I have priority over to the rockets. I'm going to change that so that the priority is just like normal. Hopefully with upgrading this, it'll be fine. I can make a bigger LDS stack. Can you make LDS and anything else? Low density structure. Looks like a no. But we can cast it though. Interesting. Maybe sending a bunch of calcites just to play. Oh, I see. There's some already dedicated to go down to the science. What are these weird, like this weird belt splitter and then recombiner I have going on? Okay, at least they've got some LDS now, so the science is flowing a little bit better. Can these be used as fuel? Can you put a uranium fuel cell into a heating tower? Heating tower. Burns fuel. What is fuel? Heck, it doesn't have a uranium fuel cell. It does. Okay, it's a different fuel type. Carbon is an option. We can burn down. We could shoot down some carbon and burn if we have excess carbon. I wonder if we can get any fuel on the planet at all. It seems unlikely. The Artemis is almost good to go. It looks like it's doing much better. I'm guessing this reprocessing section here and these module 2s are enough to keep us kind of looking good and feeling good. This said, how the heck do I start the process of heat? I can put down a heating tower, but I need something that functions as fuel. As soon as I start heat, I can get solid fuel. What can this be used on is lithium brine hot? Is that heat coming out of it? Is that how I start my heat? What do you mean I can't build on smooth or rough ice? Okay, well, I'm guessing this is not intended since these are all on a specific type of ice. What is this stuff over here? If any of this is hot, that would be like really cool. Cannot build on rough ice. Did I just get unlucky? Okay, so no, this immediately freezes. A kilo. We did make it to a kilo. Come heck or high water. Okay, I like the music here. It feels very like approaching the final arc of the game. So is it, can I put down concrete and then that makes it? The concrete is hot, or is snowy. Can I place it now? I can. Damn it, I was really hoping this was hot because of the gas coming out. Okay, but it looks like we are going to need to place concrete here. They did mention, I want to read the briefing again. I think I'll just scroll for it. Oceans can be landfilled with ice platform to be walkable, and concrete is a foundation for buildings and protects the ice from melting. I'm gonna guess it's gotta be carbon. Okay, it's rocket fuel for now. That makes sense, because once we start the process, we need to start the process somehow. Shooting down... Oh, the Artemis is going on its own. Okay. This is terrifying. There's so many ice chunks up close. Getting out of a kilo is just as bad as getting in. Honestly, I think I'm just kind of stuck here for a little bit and playing, it's so stressful. I keep thinking we're gonna get hit by like a second. We did make it over the hump, which I believe means it starts just to basically be safer as we go. The further away from a kilo we get, the less rockets we should need to consume. End of story. This runs out of rockets because it's like the latest in the chain. But it looks like we're going to make it back to Fulgora, okay. It doesn't look like we're running out of rockets or anything. It means we can sit above Fulgora for a little bit and we can replenish. The whole plan that I have now is to spend most of our time above Fulgora and to only really come down when we're ready. That was scary, but it seemed workable. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Scary, but workable. If nothing else, it's gone to and from, so I can have it start bringing other stuff that I need. It certainly runs out of fuel, like, at the finish line. Because right now it is running on fumes. However, it is now above Fulgora. Used up a pretty tremendous amount of rockets, but it's okay. Your metal asteroid chunks backing up. They are, which wasn't an issue last I saw, but I know how to rectify it at least a little bit, so let's fix that now. All right, we don't have any belts or anything. I mean, the nice thing is now the ship is open to be filled with whatever. I don't know if I want you to bring more of that stuff now, so just chill for a second. Apparently you already shipped some. Great. Thank you. I'm super grateful for it. What we want is... I mean, I guess we want that belt specifically. We need a second thing offloading here because it just isn't enough now that we're doing the reprocessing. Although I'm surprised. That means that these literally did nothing. Maybe I'll just get rid of them. Cool. So we're above Fulgora. Fulgora is safe for us. We can replenish our rockets. And now if there's excess, these will double drop, which I think will be enough to stop that from happening again. Because the triple was excess, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I am on an icy, sad planet. And I do not know how to start my heat. First we fact, then we Oreo Factorio. That's right, this stream is sponsored by Oreos. So it's not actually sponsored by Oreos. Whatever company owns Oreos, please don't sue me. Are you also going to be cold? You're not. Okay, so that's something. What do you produce? What is ammoniacal solution? Is that hot? Can I make it hot? Ammoniacal solution. It turns into ice and ammonia. Okay, what is ammonia used for? Ammonia can make ice platforms. It can make solid fuel. Okay, that's something. And it can make a rocket fuel. Okay, fluoroketone. We are going to want recyclers. What the heck is fluoroketone for? Is that how it said, fluoroketone? I see you're in a pickle. I basically live life surrounded by pickles. What does this do? As generated by fusion generator. Oh. Okay. Sure. So we can cool hot fluoroketone. So hot fluoroketone is not useful. We need it cold. And then cold ones are used in like everything. Alright, I'm down with that. Oh, railgun. I want a railgun so bad, you have no idea. It's so cool. So are my pipes gonna freeze? I don't have pipes. Great. You know what? We've got a checklist of stuff we want. That's okay. So let us make a request for pipes. Probably a good chunk of rocket fuel to get started if we can afford some. I don't know if we have rocket fuel in a box. That could be a good idea as well. I think a buffer box of rocket fuel in general is a smarty patootie action, so we will be investing in one of those. Whoops, that's ultra cringe. There we go. That in the right spot. Something about that looks so wrong. There we go. I think the pronunciation is right. Huge. Fluoroketone is a coolant, basically high heat capacity, so it's really useful for cooling down stuff. I don't know how it is in comparison to water, but good enough for fusion, which is more powerful than fission. Dang, this is so confusing. They didn't tell me I had to have like an idea of what I was doing when I started this game. I thought it was just going to be free to the end. Let us make a request for rocket fuel to start. We need like something to get our heating tower cooking. Although rocket fuel, it takes up so much space, but it is 100 megajoules. How much does solid fuel go into a rocket? I'm willing to bet that it's less efficient. Nuclear fuel, it would be really nice, actually. Although the rocket capacity is 10, which is 10 stacks. Okay, wait a minute. That's 10 stacks? Okay, probably not the play. Yeah, rocket fuel is much better than solid fuel. This game actually requires a master's in engineering. I didn't go to college, spoiler. So I feel woefully inadequate. Let me tell you what. So let's import these from Fulg. I did not think Fulgora would end up being my base of operations. I'll admit that that amuses me a little bit. I think the unfortunate thing is I can't bottle water on Fulgora. There's no way to, no, there is a way to get water. I could theoretically barrel water on Fulgora and fill up there too. I think I'm going to set that up actually. I was thinking it was impossible, but no, it's certainly possible. We have tons of water here. We also have excess steel because we backed up on it recently. Why don't we do something with that? Oh, I love Fulgora music. As soon as it hits me with the boom, 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 I suddenly feel alive again. This will help our return trips a lot. I really didn't think Fulgora would be our base of operations out of everywhere. I hope Gleba doesn't just randomly get attacked by Stompers at some point. That is like a genuine fear still. Getting stronger explosives 2 changes, or 11, I should say, not 2, changes everything though. I know I keep saying that this changes everything, but it really does. Like, that'll change everything. I guess I really want to talk about how this changes everything, but it really will change everything when it happens. Yeah, this supply is really good. Okay, Fulgora. What else did we need? Let's look at the Artemis. Let's think for a minute. We have 100 rocket fuel. I don't know if that's enough. Why not just heat up the ice on a kilo? That's a good point, but I'm more so thinking about how I'm not going to be able to fuel this ship up really efficiently in the beginning. I would drink a kilo. I think that's probably the test to see if you're ready to play Factorio or not. If you're destined for the final frontier, is whether or not you drink a kilo water. And I'm proud to admit that I would, without a shadow of a doubt, drink a kilo water. I'm not too proud to admit it. In fact, I'm quite proud to admit it. It's quite the opposite. This is a point of pride for me. Whoops. This way, if a ship ever has like a need for it, I can do my little water barrel kazoo. It should have plenty of water here. That's another thing. Eventually, we're going to need to get uranium fuel cells from Novice. We'll have to keep that in mind. I suppose in theory I could have the inductor pick them up and put them down. Maybe I'll do that, where it'll just collect like 10 every now and then and stash them on Fulgora until the request is met. Sounds like a good solution. Actually, it already collects them naturally, so we'll just have it so that Fulgora... Can I have it so that Fulgora makes a request from a specific ship? Or does it have to be from every ship? Where the heck is my thing? There it is. Set a request. So if I set a request for uranium fuel cells... it doesn't look like I can call from a specific ship. In that case, I'm going to manually micro the inductor to just drop a bunch of them, and that should last us for a very, very long time. Alright, what else do we need? So I wanted some rocket fuel to try and dump into a heating tower to get the heating tower started. Once I start the heating tower, what am I going to do? I would like to get this going. We need some form of just like getting continuous heat. I don't remember what that is. Carbon is not the solution. We can make solid fuel and rocket fuel relatively easily from my memory. But I don't remember it all because this is all like so foreign to me. So ammonia, how do we get ammonia? Ammonia is from an offshore pump, which we're doing. We get ammonia and ice. What do we need to do with that ice? And something. We need to melt the ice. We need to... Can you melt ice outright? Yeah, you just need a chemical plant. So we can melt ice into water. Boom. We have water sorted. We can set that up, and then we want some recyclers. We want recyclers because if we have excess ice, we don't want that to turn off. Because the moment that that turns off, I think our factory dies, and we get like effectively soft lock there. Not literally soft lock, but basically soft lock. So I would like to request some recyclers. I think recyclers are a very solid plan here because they'll stop us from getting caught off guard. So let's add in a request on here for recyclers. And I'll just look for 20 of them should be fine for now. And import them from Fulg. So we have recyclers coming, so that'll solve our problem. So we gather the stuff from there. Let's go back to step 1 because I need to plan this out because this is important. We get ice and ammonia. I'm confused. So this pumps the liquid, and then I need to put it through a chemical plant. Okay, so chemical plant produces ice, ammonia. We can get rid of the ice really easily. We turn it into water. We recycle excess ice. This looks like a lot of ice we're going to get in general, but we can turn it into water. We can also turn the water into steam, which can produce heat for us in theory, but I don't know if I want to do that yet. We can do ammonia and crude oil, and that makes solid fuel. Bam. We have heating towers fed basically forever as long as we don't back up on ice. So that should keep us at least like functional. We can go a step further and turn the rocket fuel into ammonia with basically the same recipe. So I don't see why we wouldn't, or excuse me, the ammonia and solid fuel into rocket fuel. Yes, my brain's getting a little scrambled. I'm guessing the cryogenic plant's going to have that 50% efficiency on it. Rocket fuel is not dramatically better than solid fuel, so I'm a little bit surprised. I wonder if we just get so much ammonia that it's a good way to dump it. This says a convenient use of ammonia. This is the weird one, because to make lithium, we're going to have to input holmium plate. The nice thing is for every 1 holmium plate, we get 5 lithium. I already have a bunch of holmium plate here that I brought over. Great. So at least in theory, that should be enough to get off the ground. We just need something to start the process, then melt the ice into water. We have water on the planet. Then we get the crude oil heated as well. We combine those together into solid fuel. The solid fuel goes into the heating tower. So in theory, in my mind, we should be good. We do need pipes. I don't think we have any pipes right now. We need hella pipes. I think we also probably want to get more of those heating doohickeys that I forget the name of. Heat pipes, I think they're called. I don't know if there's any on here, but I think that like there's no downside to grabbing another huge chunk of them. It looks like they're on... The inductor's on Novice right now. Is the inductor coming back soon? It is. I'm going to just have it pick it up and then drop them off for us because we're sitting above Fulgora right now. I guess we're not technically. We're standing shivering our butt off right now. But I don't think there are heat pipes here. But I'm going to check really quickly, but I don't believe there are. Yeah, I didn't set that up there. It says there's 25 on the planet, but I think it's because I bought those myself, perhaps, or shot them down from here. So I want to grab more of those. We have the recyclers, pipes, PPAs. We need a bunch of PPAs, so we're going to set up our PPAs. We'll do 400 PPAs. I'll import them from Fulgora. I'd rather not send this ship back to Novice if I can. I'm not against it if it becomes necessary, but I'm going to try to avoid it at the moment, at least. So a kilo, not a kilo. Don't import from a kilo. I'm just thinking about a kilo. Perfect. So not a crazy amount on the planet right now, but there's 400 on the way, so it looks like this is going to be satisfied very easily. I'm guessing we just shot up some, and there's not a huge buffer on the planet for pipes. I think the pipes are somewhere up here, right? Yeah, there they are. Yeah, just simply we couldn't hold that many of them at once. It should be no issue to maintain the pipes. Really glad we invested in 3 rockets. More would even be like sufficient, but I do get a little bit worried about our charge at night when we're requesting a bunch of stuff. The inductor is just going to sit here because it has too much science. I'm going to just dump the science manually, and then it's going to come back to Fulgora. The reason that it has too much science, so to speak, is just because... oh, I forgot we're waiting for that rocket to arrive as well. Let me add a passenger present condition so that that can be done. I've been just doing stronger explosives because if we push this one more stronger explosives, I really hate how bad our yellow science looks. If we push this one more of it, then we end up 2-hitting the rockets, or the asteroids, which is just such a boon. Such an absurd boon. It looks like we're good on things now. It looks like they've backed up successfully. It's simply that they are slow as dirt making utility science, which in theory means I can just stick a couple more on the end here. So we'll in fact stick a couple more on the end. Or not, because I'm dumb as bricks, which is an option. It's a shame there's no like science building that lets you make science at a higher productivity. I know it'd be like dumb because you'd be like double, triple, quadruple dipping on productivity at that point. Whoops. But like, come on, these make 0.16 per second. I make like no yellow science per second. Just make it bigger. Yeah, I know. Put speed modules in it. Well, in my defense, beforehand, we were like lacking on stuff, and these are still slow as dirt. Upgrade them to better crafters. All right, listen, buddy. Haven't you seen that the stream says no backseating? I'm kidding. It's good advice, and I'm also like creating a straw chatter here and arguing with no one. Inductor, what are you doing, buddy? Oh, right, you're waiting for one more heat pipe. You've already got it. So we're going to send you to Fulg now. You're going to Fulg all over the place as it's known. I'm going to have you drop off some uranium fuel cells as well onto Fulgora. I think I'll do 150. You'll have plenty to make it back. Actually, I'll do 200 because there's no way you're going to burn. I mean, you might burn through 5. No, you burn through them really slow. I'll do 150 just to be safe. The office is like always being attacked, but this wall just went so hard. Like making this so early into my playthrough is such a good idea. I can't believe how efficient it ended up being. I can't believe they still have the audacity to move into my walls too, those jerks. I kind of like it here though. Aquila is peaceful. It's a really interesting... I don't want to say it's an interesting color. It is an interesting color. But different. Can I queue stuff up to drop? It looks like the answer is yes. Please don't just orbital drop them into nothing. Perfect. Cool, so we're going to have you drop off those and then those heat pipes as well so we can pick up those heat pipes because I got a funny feeling I'm going to need a good chunk of them. I'm hoping that in what I've kind of like gleaned here will be enough to kind of get by. Let's add the heat pipe request here. We'll do 250 of them, import from Fulgora. We should be able to get those. I'm hoping that this rocket fuel is enough to get started too. It might not be, but I'm hoping that it is. We have a crap load of rockets. My one fear is that we're actually like too fast and we struggle. But again, Stronger Explosives 11 is going to go crazy in 26 minutes because we make that science so slow. Maybe we can improve it a little bit. It's going to change everything. Oh, you know what I could do instead of being a dumb McIdiot head? Never mind. That's the thing about my designs. I set them up so they can't be beaconed. I think I established at one point that it's better to beacon than to do this. So this is making 0.16 per second. We're going to just remove this one and we're going to put a beacon here. I think I established that this is better, but I don't quite remember. So this is 0.16 per second. If we do a speed beacon alternating, it will be 0.28 on each of these. So yeah, it's an improvement because it's a 0.12 improvement to both of these. So 0.24 improvement in total. So let's just do that instead because that seems like a smarter life decision for me. I wonder if it's better to layer it like this or like that, but this looks a little bit nicer. There is the fear that this will just like overstress the other things, but when in doubt, add more beacons and then be like, oh, it looks like I need an extra nuclear power plant. How the heck did that happen? Oh, well. And you add another nuclear power plant. Could technically tack some more speed modules onto the side, but my main concern now is that we're going to get backed up on these. Hopefully not. How's Artemis looking? Alright, so we've got another 250 heat pipes, which is quite nice. I think I'm going to just grab another big chunk of fuel. Rocket fuel. I should have just left the... Okay, I did leave the filter there. Let's ask for 300. See, once we get the first trip, this was the whole thing. Now that we've like successfully arrived once, we have so much more space to bring things like extra water and stuff, which we can use to make fueling up a lot faster on the way back, which is what I was hoping for. I am going to save before we go to a kilo, because I do think that like taking a hit on the ship would be actually devastating. Oh man, I wish our science sucked less. It was so beautiful for so long, and then I used up the big buffer of utility science I had. Why is utility science so slow? I could, like, make it just speed all the way down. What I really need to do... Alright, the inductor needs to start making requests for modules. Unfortunately, on Fulgora right now, I'm making... like, any non-normal... or non-quality module gets, like, obliterated. It gets Shadow Realmed instantly. Why did I make it in such a way? All right, the quality ones are fine. But I think what I'm going to do is set up a little buffer for normal ones. Just like 100 of each. We'll still process many of them, but this way I can have the inductor just casually pick up some when it goes past. We'll make these normal quality instead. So now, the inductor's already back on Novice. When it'll go past, it'll request some, and then I will have Novice request normal quality ones instead. I know I had the higher quality ones. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Cross some wires in yield brain there. Cool. It looks like we did get some in, actually, surprisingly enough. So we can use at least some of those now. Certainly, it comes to thought to use them on the yellow science, since that is absolutely gating us in a pretty tremendous way right now. So I will do that to start. If nothing else, that doesn't even have speed modules in it, so I don't know how the heck that happened. Alright, so that's up to 0.4, which is much better than 0.26. This will slow it down a little bit more when it puts in the fancier modules. It didn't. Okay, it produces enough where it no longer gets conked at this point. That's really cool. The speed is -10, but the productivity is +7%, so it actually, like, basically balances out. Love that. Cool. So that's at least a market, I mean, a marginal improvement. It's an improvement all the more. One of the slowest things we're making is the yellow science packs, as it were. So any improvement will be nice. Make about 121 per minute. We've bumped it up to 171 already. We average 84 per minute over the past hour. So this should be a nice improvement. Assuming that this can all keep up, which I'm hoping that it can with less machines and a lot of quality. I'm guessing we just got a drop off of Fleba Science. We did as well, so now it's heckin' cooking. See, I can live with 10 minutes rather than like several hours. I like cutting back to myself and just being like, yeah, I bet you're wondering how I got here. Is this like a rite of passage too? Like most people end up gunked on a kilo? I have to imagine. The question is, do I wait out the science to finish or not? And I feel like the answer is no. I kind of want to start doing stuff. So I'm going to save now. I am going to play it a little bit safe, because if this like gunks, I don't want to lose a ton of progress. So we'll go to a kilo. Got basically everything we could ask for. Again, it's going to be a much safer trip in 10 minutes. The moment that unlocks, it's over. I do want to keep an eye on this off-put belt. I'm hoping the double droppers is going to be enough for us. Oh, it's going to be so nice to 2-hit those instead of 3-hit them. The dopamine receptors are going to be going crazy at that point. I almost want to put a collector on the front. It's so scary. scary. I even switched to the uncommon rocket turrets, but they still get very close. At least this stuff does. Maybe uncommon gun turrets would be a nice play to go for next. Quality is so crazy. I can't imagine, like... I don't think the ship could make it without all the quality modules and stuff that we have in... Or, like, quality tier modules is a more apt way to say it. We're over the hump already. How are we looking on rockets? We still have a tremendous amount to the point where we haven't started offloading them yet because there's so much on the belt still. Okay, so we have backed up on this... But why? I mean, no, we're actually not backed up. It's just a lot of it. I thought we were backed up, but we're not backed up. I was mistaken. Please don't mess up. Oh, this part's the worst. Okay. Oh my god, that's so stressful. You gotta imagine there's several worlds in which this thing just face plants and then kunks. I'm gonna pause the thrust now since we've arrived. I realize now something else I should have brought was stuff to make a rocket silo. Little bit late to remember that, but we arrived and we have plenty of rockets and stuff to maintain up here, as well as the water actually just gets like consumed basically the moment we get here, which is nice, but it'll help everything go. So either way, we can drop down some supplies to us. So we are stopped at a Quilo. We'll drop down our PPAs to ground. Keep the water barrels in there. Oh, there is still some. I thought we had gone through all of them. The rocket fuel. The holmium. All right, I wanted to change this so it's requesting from Fulgora, which I did not forget the name of. You forgot the name of Fulgora, and frankly, I'm embarrassed that you would even like admit that. It's obvious what Fulgora's name is, and geez, what are you doing? I guess I forgot to shoot on the refined concrete last time. Okay, so hopefully the ship will get in tip-top shape. I'll just have it so that it'll go back to Fulgora on its own when it's ready, I guess. It's a little bit scary that it might just blow itself up, but I think we'll be fine. It's survived 2 trips one way, 1 trip the other way, so I think that that's like a positive thing overall. We have a bunch more holmium plates as well now. So now we have a bunch of rocket fuel. I hope this is enough to get a heating tower started. That is the one hope and pray, because we are going to need to... I should have been disassembling more of this so we can get a few ice platforms to start. We do not have many of them. So this is the main fluid we need, and then we need this. So actually, we don't need many ice platforms to start. We should make everything we can right down here. My poor bots are so cold. You guys okay? Oh, look at them shivering. So cute. Come on, Stronger Explosives 11. That's got to be my favorite tech in the game. People are going to be like, what's yours? Oh, I like stack inserters. I like recyclers unlocked. I like speed module 3. I like Stronger Explosives 11. Okay, so we have our offshore pump. I'm going to guess our pipes freeze. Can't build on rough ice. Our pipes are frozen as sin. So we pump this out. We need concrete under literally everything. That's a lot of concrete required. So this is ammonia in, ice, ammoniacal solution in, ice and ammonia out. Stronger Explosive 11 sounds solid. It sounds like a movie I would watch. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I would probably watch it now that I've like know what it's capable of, I guess. Cannot build on smooth ice. Can I not concrete smooth ice? I can. I'm surprised that it seemed to let me oh, I probably needed to do like the shift one. The angry ghost. Okay, so this is going to just be... Wait, actually, do I need anything for that? What does this need to be? This needs to be ammonia solid fuel. So we flip that vertically. This has that coming in. And then the ammonia going out. I'm going to try to keep the pipes as like condensed as possible for now. we're going to need the ice to be taken out from here and then melted in a chemical plant. Do inserters also freeze? Oh, 7, little buddy. Okay. So we're going to want these heat exchangers to receive the water. Really should have brought some storage tanks, hoping there's some on the Artemis, knowing there's not. There's some on the Artemis, let's go! Holy! What a time to be alive. The reason I want the storage tanks is just because I feel like it's a very convenient way to dump excess stuff manually while things are getting potentially spicy early on. I'm liking the theory so far. Alright? Boom. So storage tank of that, and we can have a storage tank of water too. We also need to focus on heat pipes. Let me look at that thing again in the tips and tricks, because I feel like that's got a lot of information for us, and I'm not sure exactly the range of the heating pipes. Is it adjacent or is it more than adjacent is my question. This thing does a circle around it. It looks like the heating pipes will activate these inserters, but not... Okay, so the heating pipes are going to have to be real intersparsed. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so we're going to have to get real personal with heating pipes. Underground PPAs are going to be certainly the name of the game here. Adjacent but diagonal also counts. Good to know. So I just need heating pipes like everywhere. I'm going to need it along all of these. So I don't know how much heat we need. I'm going to guess and say it's probably not the 500 required to run a nuclear facility. But I don't know how much is going to be in total. So this is making solid fuel. That's enough to at least like start the process. Because we need solid fuel in a heating tower here. We can move stuff later. But I think the most important thing is we want to build up a supply of water and a supply of really just some kind of fuel. That's what I'm perceiving as the best idea right now. The Artemis is just supplying up now. It's just chilling. Is it getting plus? It's getting plus on its supplies. So everything's good. Those productivity modules went crazy. Oh, the steam turbines get a little snow on the top of them. That's actually really cute. Holy cow, we're going to need so many of these. I'm glad that I brought more. Even the tanks can freeze. So brash ice seems to be... Oh no, we can build on brash ice, right? We just need this stuff? Cool. We're going to just like cover this up for now then. At least that area there. This doesn't look like it freezes ever, or maybe... Oh, this needs heat anyways. This is so weird. Why does it sometimes let me auto-place and other times not? Okay, so... in theory, this should turn on the system... make excess ammonia, melt the ice. The ammonia goes into this, which makes solid fuel. Okay, I'm going to just turn it on and see what temperature things start melting. Okay, it's above 32. No, that doesn't make sense because that's Celsius. So it doesn't need a crazy amount of heat. It just needs heat. We don't have any power right now. That's okay. I'm hoping we can eke out a little bit of stuff to start with these solar panels. I don't know if we'll be able to. Okay, it looks like this is a very, very tiny amount of power. Very, very little power. Normally I'm like team symmetry on solar panels, but I think that this is going to just be one of those situations where we have to take what we have. This is not going to receive heat because I need to place one more over here, it looks like. Cool. Diagonals definitely work. This makes me feel like I'm playing Arknights. So this is now getting a little bit of heat. It's low temperature, but it's getting some, which is good. I'm so scared of the Artemis leaving. I assume it'll be fine. I'm hoping to create a little feedback loop here where we'll never run out of heat. That's like the first goal. And also that we're always producing like water, because I feel like water is necessary for basically everything. I'm guessing that heat here will not be done always with the heating tower. Okay. It said it was running, but I assume it's nighttime. So we lost the very small amount of power we had. Why are these frozen? Ah, I see. Because there's no pipes near them. This is also frozen, which is something I don't think I can actually unfreeze in this spot. Which means we do need to change up the design a little bit. Good to learn it now rather than later. I think we'll just put this over here because this will be a fine spot for it. And then do an underground, and that'll save us a lot of headache on where we can heat. Actually, we'll do it over here. That's much better. Weird. I didn't think heat pipes would be like a cardinal part of what we were doing. It's very interesting. I really hope this gives me enough power to just start the engine. We should also off-put excess water as well. Here, just so we have some stored. This is so weird. This is so unlike Factorio. I mean, maybe it's not unlike Factorio. Stronger explosives 11. All right, now we're gonna have a really comfy trip home, I'm pretty sure. Thank goodness. It is fun. I'm certainly not like trying to complain or anything. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's just like, even just like focusing on shipbuilding feels very unlike Factorio to me. But it's now like, I mean, it's just very, it's cool. It's cool. I'm certainly not whining about it. I want to be very specific about that. Suddenly I'm interested in ammonia rocket fuel productivity. So why don't we go for that? Can I see the day-night cycle? Is that something that can happen? Because these were getting power before. Is it because I just placed them there, had a little power in them? Oh, nope. I placed one and it started to become daytime. Okay. Okay, that's a bar. That's a heckin' bar and a half. Look at it. It's beautiful. Huge. Absolutely enormous for us. Okay, all jokes aside, I have a boatload of ice, so it's probably better to just start melting some ice manually to get this running. It is a bit of a concern that the heat exchanger is so far. I don't remember what temperature. I'm guessing this, I think this needs 500C, right? Yeah, this needs 500C. I think it might be a good idea to start fielding a few of these. There's no restriction on power poles and solar panels, so I'm going to go ahead and just place every solar panel I brought with me. I don't know why I wasn't doing this earlier while admiring the speed of it. Yeah, I could certainly see the appeal of nuclear power here now. All right, we are cranking on the power now. Holy! Yeah, considering how much hoops I have to jump through for the heating towers, I can see the appeal of nuclear. I may send some over. Oh, the Artemis is going. It didn't blow up. Wouldn't it be cool if pollution worked for asteroids? Wait, it's still firing 3? It was supposed to be... What? Do asteroids heal? How much does this do? It does 1060. It should kill in 2. This has 2,000 health. How is it living? It has resistances. No, I forgot about resistances. Heck. So anyways, they were talking about how cool improved explosives or stronger explosives 11 was. Think about stronger explosives 12. 64,000. Oh, God. What a time to be alive. Heck, I completely forgot about the resistances. It's so close. At least it makes it just fine. This one is this changes everything. There's no question about it. So we did make it back to Fulgora. We're just straight chilling now. I'm going to remove some of the requests. I think extra rocket fuel is probably an okay idea. Maybe making a nuclear reactor could be a good idea too, and then dropping some fuel cells to start doing stuff. How's a kilo looking? Okay, so we've got some water that exists. That's really all we have going for us, but we have some water that exists. Okay, so the heat exchanger has water in it. I think one steam turbine going is enough to kind of get us in the air. We have successfully gotten some crude oil, which is nice to see. We haven't successfully gotten any ammonia, which is impossible. Not literally impossible, but... Heck, how do I do that? I don't get why they made a kilo literally impossible to accomplish. That's a joke, for the record, in case that wasn't, like, abundantly obvious by how I was saying it. Okay, cool. So now we are making solid fuel. Well, hold on. So we are making solid fuel. Maybe we want to turn it right into rocket fuel? No, the recipe's like 10 to 1. I think that's specifically for dumping ammonia. Because, like, rocket fuel is 100 megajoules. Solid fuel is, like, how much is it? Maybe it's not that much. 12. Yeah, so it's more efficient to just keep it as solid fuel. But I guess an abundance of ammonia is a good way to dump it. I can't believe the stupid... It was so close. Oh, I'm so sad. When I was first trying to design my kill base, I thought, A, you couldn't walk over heat pipes, and B, I forgot I had a mech suit, and I was vastly overcomplicated layout. Honestly, I completely, like, I was like... At the start of the stream, I was like, I can't believe I'm just, like, trapped here, and I need all this platform to get over there. And then I was walking randomly, and I took off, and I was like, oh, right, I can just kind of go. Mech suits are so cool. Not a heck of a lot going on a kilo, it seems, though. The nights are cold. the days are also cold. This kind of eats through solid fuel, though. Wait, why does it eat through it so fast? I guess because it is 1/10 the thing. Okay, so this will push it so that this turns on. What does that mean for us? I guess things will work faster, I hope. That was my dream, was that we'll be able to start producing more solid fuel so it won't be such a pipe dream. I feel like this thing's temperature keeps dropping every time I look at it. What else do I want in the Artemis? You know what? I could probably just have it so... Did I set that up before? This seems logical to me. Fulgora just has a request for, we'll say 100 uranium fuel cells at all times. It's from any ship, but oops, it's supposed to be 100, not 10. So it'll rip 100 off any ship that comes by, except for the Artemis, because the Artemis is asking for fuel cells from Fulgora. So it shouldn't rip any from any of them, and as long as it has that much. So this way, we'll get fuel cells for the Artemis from Fulgora, and it'll just automatically rip them from the inductor every now and then if it gets low. Perfect. So that's dealt with. I forgot what else I really want. I'm gonna stick a needle in that for now. Stick a pin in that, not needle. Needle sounds so much more fun. Okay, cool. We have power. Boom. We have produced enough heat to make power. We have a fluid ingredient shortage because there's so much ice. There's a crazy abundance of ice. We did plan for this, kind of. The question is, how do I want to deal with it? There's so much ice. That's actually like crazy how much ice there is. I know, obviously, Miko, this is the ice planet. Tell me about it. But like, that's a lot of ice. Like, I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for this much ice. Ice, baby. I only brought blue belts. Actually just cringed on. Oh, this is so weird. Okay, so excess ice is getting absolutely yeeted and deleted for now. Okay, we make hella solid fuel. Like an abundance of solid fuel. We also make an abundance of ammonia. So I'm seeing the appeal of turning it into... We make so much solid fuel. I see the appeal of turning it into to the other gunk. I'm gonna move this stuff now. And hopefully we'll turn it into rocket fuel and just start getting like heat maintainable on here. That's the goal for now. So what is the rocket fuel recipe? It's something weird, right? Solid fuel, water, ammonia. That's like... It's not weird, it's just free and the easiest thing that they put in the game ever, which is so weird that they would just make it super easy on this planet. Because I thought this planet was supposed to be hard, but it turns out it's the easiest planet ever. And I'm definitely not talking it up. Heck, I realize now that this design doesn't work for this. But this design also doesn't work for this. But this design does work for this. Weird. There's a lot of thinking to be done here. Oh, you know, I'm probably going to just move the heating pipes. It does seem like we produce more of this than can be used on this. And I'm worried that if I remove this heating tower, everything's going to turn off. Hoping that's not the case. Going to do it now. Yoink. Okay, nothing turned off yet. Nothing turned off yet. We are going to have to rehook in the heating tower here. Cannot be built on rough ice. I'm panicking. I don't have a planikin. Let us plug these back in now. I wanted to change this so that this was here instead. I could see this piping going bad already. Specifically, this pipe has no way of getting heat anymore, so this is not good. Let me focus on getting this set up first, then I'll figure out the stuff. It also needs water, which I'm not feeding it appropriately. I think we're gonna just belt it. Let's put this back here for now. It's a pretty big waste of heat anytime I do that, but as long as we maintain this to be warm enough to keep going, we'll be okay. I need to think for a moment, though. Okay. I'm gonna just put it on a belt. The belt goes alongside the heat, which we will extend out here. And then we can have this belt also feed into here, which is just like, there's a temporary measure, and we can just like make the stuff on site and then be happy and not miserable, and everything will be great, and we won't be cringe in the slightest. And we'll be like, oh, Miko, you're so smart. You solved the kilo. You're the first Factorio player in existence to solve a kilo. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. But then I'll realize you would have lied to me, and I would have been kind of disappointed you couldn't just be honest with me. Because, like, I thought we were cool, you know? Okay, so we are making in excess of ammonia. Which is good. We want an excess of ammonia. I'm going to now set up the production out here. We definitely are glad we brought undergrounds, because I now see the big appeal of an underground belt. I'm gonna guess underground belts don't need heating. Would be awkward if they did, that's for gosh darn sure. This kind of reminds me of playing Zerg in StarCraft. You always gotta spread your creep. Okay, so, we want to do a chemical plant here. We can do it out here, that's fine. It's gonna be cold for now, but it should be easy enough to bring it to some heat. Only the input plus output of underground need heat. That's awesome. Really good to know. It means we can be a lot more safe. Look at the spaghetti we have set up right now. Spaghetti pipes. I guess spaghetti. Are these considered heat pipes? They're heat pipes. Okay. So this is going to be ammonia. We'll flip it. We want water here. And then we need solid fuel. How the heck do I get the solid fuel? Oh, I see how I can get the solid fuel. I'm gonna blow your mind. This is called a splitter. Whoops. Okay, so rocket fuel. Surprised that just was the right recipe. Okay, so we clearly don't make enough of this right now, which is really worrying. So we need to focus on making more of this, like, immediately. That is, like, super urgent. We are not making enough. I figured it would be the case, but I wasn't ready. Yeah. Splitter, I barely know her. Swindled. Wait a minute, that doesn't work. This is like, I feel like I'm really working under pressure right now. I very much feel that if I take too long doing this, the entire place shuts down. And we gotta start from square zero again, functionally. I guess not square zero because we've learned, but I do think that we are on a timer right now. Because my rocket fuel is running out. Okay, so that is making some. I need that to go back in. This is spaghetti. Like, I was like calling stuff I had created before spaghetti. I didn't know what a kilo was. Like, I was mistaken. I thought that this was a spaghetti factory. It was not before this moment. A kilo's the great Italian restaurant in the sky. Okay, so okay. This is so weird. So now I want to output you into feeding both of these. I guess it doesn't exactly matter where the heating towers are. In fact, I could just start feeding a new heating tower, but I feel like whenever you plug a heating tower into the system, it eats like a tremendous amount of heat. So let's not go too wacky on this yet. Let's keep normal amounts of whack for now. Okay, this takes 35,000 years to craft rocket fuel. Good to know. Little unfortunate to learn, admittedly. How can this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Everything's real cold. Kind of what I expected when we were running low on rocket fuel. I'm going to keep building as if everything is fine. I'm going to pretend, manifest relaxation. There is no trouble on a kilo. Only good vibes. Oh, I really wish you also weren't cold. Hey Artemis, how are you doing? You know what? I was gonna wait for Stronger Explosives 12, but I think it's time to come back to a kilo, buddy. I didn't even have you pick up much. I should have had you pick up a nuclear power plant. You just plug that bad boy in for a while. I'm going to save the game and just assume you'll be fine, because I don't want to watch you right now. Because I have the utmost faith in you and your success. I don't know why I was about to talk to it like it was a dog. Hey, wait a minute. Everything's running. What gives? Never mind. Everything's turning off again. I lied. Nothing's running. None of these have backed up yet. That's good. At least we have water. Honestly, the Artemis is doing fabulous. I'm genuinely proud of like how well it does now. Having a large stockpile of rockets in the ship was a very good idea. I'm gonna just leave it circuit condition as is, and it can leave whenever it's like comfortable to do so. It got here really heckin' fast, and that's enough to keep me going for a while I'm sorting all this stuff out. I think I need to make things more clean. And now that everything's kind of turned off, I think I'm going to take some time to do that. And we have the juice to turn everything back on again. This right now is a lot to take in. I think I want to make things more concise. I don't think I want to rip down the entire base, but I want to rip down parts of it at least. This is just your starter kilo? This is my starter kilo. 1 gorillion% is my starter kilo. How do I make it so this is like... I would love if this was tileable in a way. I don't even know. Like, this is just slow as dirt, so I assume we can do it, you know, whenever. Okay, so... we're making solid fuel over here. We're making 2 solid fuel thingummy ones. The solid fuel off-puts here. I should just make it so that solid fuel always off-puts downwards. Boom. Solid fuel outputs here. The inserter puts it here, and then it goes there. We want this to be accessible from multiple locales. I also need this to go down like this, otherwise I won't get heat anymore. I really leaned hard on my modules and beacons for a kilo. Beacons are a good idea. I should have dropped beacons and stuff. Honestly, I'm just happy that we managed to land here. It's like period, and I don't have like a massive fear of the ship. I mean, I'm still saving before the ship every time, so I guess I have a bit of a fear that the ship's gonna implode. Okay, so I wish we had underground heat pipes. That would be like truly an invention of the ages. These pipes are all doing what they need to, except for this one, which is too cold to do so. So we need an underground here at least, and then that can go there. Boom. Now water is making it all the way down to here, so this is making stuff, assuming that it can get the solid fuel. We want the solid fuel to be accessible, but right now it is only able to go through here. So we just need this belt to be like our solid fuel belt. Simple and easy. Logical solution. We can do this. I like this design a lot. I feel like we're going to get a lot of use out of long-handed inserters just because of like this conceptually. This right here is real preem. Alright, this makes a bunch of... Glad we have enough heat to unmelt things, even if we don't have enough heat to power everything. That does make me feel a little bit better when I'm doing stuff. Cool, so that's heated. We should use undergrounds basically everywhere we can. That's certainly another rule. Because undergrounds means we have a lot more freedom with where our heat pipes go. So these all output now. Currently, this bad boy doesn't have a way to get any. Should be easy enough to fix with a few undergrounds. I can't believe that that fits, to be honest with you. Boom. This is still very spaghetti, but this is enough to at least like have the system function. I'm going to try and turn things back on and see how much heat we need. I don't know how many per second we need to make. Really wish I brought some modules with the Artemis now that I'm thinking about it. I have a handful of rare speed and productivity. Shoot those bad boys down. We're going to need them. Something else I would like to do now, just kind of like for, I've been saving this because I've considered it. I just want a little bit of dopamine, so I'm going to put down a furnace a little out of the way, ideally, so it's not blocking the output of these, because I do need these to successfully go together at some point. Right, undergrounds. But I'm going to make a, whatever the heck it's called, plate thing. Lithium plate? I think it's lithium. I'm going with lithium. Final answer. Where the heck is the furnace? There it is. Okay, boom. We're melting some lithium. We are low on power right now, so it's obviously not going to do too much. Obviously, the speed modules also just obliterate our power. We need to get our heat back up. We have a ton of water, which is nice too. Hoping that with this, we'll be able to balance out our ammonia because we were producing way too much. Looks like everything... Oh, no, I thought everything turned on. Not quite yet. Almost there. 461 on this side, 407 on this side. Definitely grateful for these solar panels for keeping us live for a while. Yeah, this just has like storing a few hundred rockets inside and then stack inserters were just like such a crazy optimal solution. The stack inserters were such a good idea. I really appreciate the suggestion. Some days I wake up and I feel like these bulk inserters, you know, kind of sludging along. Surely we're almost at heat. Almost. I am in like with the stack inserters. You like them? Oh my god. How salacious. I think I want to move the steam turbines out of this little area here at some point. I think it should be easy enough to do that. As we have the water over here. Whoops, didn't mean to move that over there. Forgot that these need heat exchangers or heat in their things. I was like, oh, this is fine. It's quite, I don't know if punishing is the right word, but it feels rather punishing, that like, as soon as, if I don't plan well enough ahead, basically. The Artemis is going. I should save before every trip, but I didn't save before this one because I have faith. Also because if it breaks down, it's going to break down in front of, Bogora. Or instead of a kilo. But like, if you ill prepare hard enough in a kilo, you gotta wait for your ship to bring you stuff every time. So it really like puts value in planning ahead. It's not a bad thing or anything. It's just interesting. It's still really stressful. I don't think I've watched this and not felt stressful. I want to hold their little stacky hands. That is adorable. I hope your future endeavors with Stack Inserter are bountiful and blessed like your fruit. We ran out of fuel like 8,000 kilometers off, basically. I can't believe it, but I think we actually need to, like, store more fuel. I mean, I can believe it. We lose so much feed on the last part of the journey. The design does not quite love the idea of storing more fuel, but it's not completely against it either. It's not truly impossible. That's a tough one. That is a tall order to fit that one there. I can't have them smooch. This one goes fine. I guess that's the main one that we run out of. We end up with a little bit of thruster fuel. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Is the factory on? No? Why not? You can probably speed peeky your fuel makers. Genius. That's totally a good idea. Okay, so surprised our heat is so gunked. Is it because there's too many pipes? Should I add a third heating tower into the equation? My mind's telling me no, but my body is like, go for it. Did I really put that exactly where I need to put this? The answer may surprise you. It's yes. That spot's kind of sick, though. Wait. How do I keep swapping these? There we go. What the heck is this? Oh, deconstructing mountains, I guess. Oh, right. Is my dopamine available yet? No? That's cool. Maybe another day. Oh, no. I'm not going to get the stupid factory on again because I wasted so much fuel. This can't be real. This is a bad dream. Did you pick up more fuel? Thanks, dear. I appreciate it. Smooches. I'm going to need you to grab even more, though. What else did I want to grab? There was something else I know that I needed and I realized that I wanted after the fact. Maybe I don't want to make the nuclear. Like, we already are so close, probably. Although this might not be enough fuel production. I swear every time I click this, the heat goes down, like, a lot, even though it's going up. This is a conspiracy against me. I really should start moving heating tower without setting zero every time. So true. 100%. God, I wasted so much heat. But my thought was that this would be good because this would be so much fuel for us. Or so much power for us. Like, this would be a nice permanent installation, functionally. And this is like right at the start of the fuel line, so the heat will be here a lot. I think we barely will make it over the cusp, but I'm thinking that because we don't have anything like on the belts yet, we might be gunked. But that might be a testament to just how gunked we are in general. We might just be gunked, you know? We did break over the 500 mark near here, which is where we need to be. This pipe is taking its sweet gosh darn time getting up there, though. Fingies crossed indeed. Oh no, everything turned off because it's nighttime. That's actually normal. I don't know why I gasped there. I'm sorry for gasping. That's actually expected. That doesn't surprise me. It's just nighttime and we're running purely off of solar panels. Don't be scared. Oh, hot dog. Oh, golly gee. There's one kicking on. Technology cryogenic plant researched. We have lithium plates now, which means we can hopefully switch a few of these over to cryogenic plants. I'm optimistic, at least. We have hot fluorocatine we can make, and then cooling it as well. I don't know why we would want to do that yet, but if nothing else, our factory has kicked on, and we've produced basically nothing because we're not making enough ammonia now, I guess, which doesn't make any sense, as we have a boatload of ammonia inside of a tank right now. So I'm going to dump all of that ammonia into making solid fuel. And let me tell you what, looking at the bar speed in which we make solid fuel, we are not making enough solid fuel to fuel our delusions right now, unless suddenly the scales have been tipped. Let's try to make a few of these plants really quickly before everything explodes. They need to be made in an assembling machine. I brought assembling machines. I forgot to bring blue circuits. That is the saddest thing that's ever happened to me. Alexa, I'm gonna need a real fat Despacito right now because that one hurts. I was blissfully unaware of how much that sucked until that exact moment. You know what, while you're at it, can you send me up some quality modules as well? That would be kind of cool. Oh, you already are requesting normal ones, but you don't... No, that's the inductor. Okay. Can I get some quality modules, please? Just a few of them. Rare will be sufficient. Yeah, we'll take a stack of those. Only 5 on the planet? Great. I actually just wanted uncommon ones. Perfect. In addition to that, if you don't mind, I'd like to grab some speed modules. You can just make them uncommon. I'm not really too picky about it. There's only 25 on the planet? Forget about it. Give me normal ones. Great. Perfect. How about some productivity modules? All right, it's some uncommon ones? Great. Abundant and overflowing, much like my Aquilo, which is not about to run out of fuel. It has plenty of fuel and is not making enough ammonia, which is something that I can fix. So I should fix that. I'm surprised that I'm not making enough still. I thought that would have been like, you know, Cash Money City, but it is not in fact Cash Money City. However, it is super easy to rectify, so we shall make it Cash Money City in time. My brain is trying to figure out how to make these pipes touch, and I'm really not figuring it out. I figured it out. Kind of. Did we really dump through all of our ammonia in a second? We sure heckin' did. I need a heating pipe there. We can use some underground pipes to cheese that out, it looks like. Cool. I did not think these would be ammoniaing as hard and fiercely as they are. I guess I'll prod module some ammonia and speed this one. I guess it's because our speed modules are so spicy. Honestly, I think it's a testament. The fact that the factory hasn't turned off yet kind of goes crazy. You gotta admit. There's something to be said about the fact that it's still on. I don't know what there is to be said about it, but there's something. You know? We still need more ammonia. I thought ammonia was going to be our bountiful fruit. I don't know why I'm saying bountiful fruit so much today, but it certainly has been said more than one would expect on an average Miko stream. I will confess that one for certain. That is insufficient for what I want to accomplish. We must redesign this. This is also insufficient. Oh my god, you need so many heating hot rods. You need so many hot rods. It's crazy. This is like troubling. How the heck do I get this one out? I guess undergrounds will be fine here. Huge. It's like they knew exactly what I needed at that exact moment. Okay, this is like... This is perfect. It's not perfect. This is perfect? That takes a lot of ammonia to do. Okay, but hear me out, hear me out. I think we're okay. Because this occasionally gets heat. We actually make so much solid fuel, I'm surprised. I can't believe the factory didn't turn off. It's a bit early to tell if we're going to maintain, but the fact that this has like several rocket fuels in it, and this one has at least one, and I think it's about to get another in a second, does bode well. Either way, I don't really want the Artemis taking too long to return to us, so I'm going to do a trust save because I'm not scared at all of the Artemis blowing up randomly. And I'm going to think about what I'm going to need. Where do we need speed module 2's at? It says there's a request for construction for them, but I don't know where. Oh, right there. Is there none on Volcanus? No, there are some. In fact, there's some blue ones. I have these importing from the wrong planet, I see. I was like, why haven't we got any of these yet? And I'm going to just ask for 4... Right, I have to change the quality first. I was very confused how to do that. 4 rare ones as well with the minimum payload, since I know how that works now with 4. Cool. I see. Okay, it's because it's up here and down there. So we're going to just change those over to rare. I was going to say, I remember I set up 1 beacon. I don't remember setting up 2, but I totally did. Fascinatingly, we do peak out at about 17 megawatts. So this setup has done plenty. Let me tell you though, in like 23,000 science, we're gonna go crazy. You have no idea. Stronger Explosives 12 is just like, you haven't really started playing Factorio until you've gotten Stronger Explosives 12. We're still behind on ammonia. Can I copy that out, right? For the record, I don't think each of these needs their own... Ooh, okay, that's actually a little bit annoying. This is really convenient, so if we can ever set this up like on the wall, we want to do it, I think. Right, I can just have like a single thing come out like that. I'm really like... This is taking a lot of my brain power. Me and pipes don't normally mix all that well to start with, so... A very pipe-centric place is certainly putting me to the test, I'll say. Unfortunately, I think the results of that test is probably going to be a B+ at best and a C- at worst. Which still is a pretty respectable outcome, if you ask me. Okay, so I didn't actually set up the... That little thing there is annoying. Although it'd be easier for me... Let me change where this is. I think that this is smarter. Because then I could take the heat like this... Boom, those are heated. And then I can do the heat like this, and then these are heated, but that's not heated. Underground heat pipes win. That's all I want to know. How's our water doing? Our water is doing just fine. Our ammonia is going up, which means we're plus on ammonia. We're now minus on water? Because this pipe is frozen. So we didn't have access to any of our water, which means we might be really minus on water and might not be fine on water. I was unawares of that possibility. If we can, we should probably start trying to make water again somewhere instead of just yeeting it all. You know, I'm gonna make a dedicated water maker over here, I think. Just like out of the mess of everything. I'm realizing now I'm going to have to still bring the pipes over here, which is a little bit annoying. But perhaps not the end of the world. I say dedicated water maker like this is somehow different than what I was doing before. Look, it felt different at the time, alright? Felt like I was doing some real revolutionary stuff in that moment. Heat pipes! Heat pipes, heat pipes, heat pipes. I'm going to do it off of this, I think. So that I can pipe my heat a little more efficiently. This one's dedicated, the other ones are slacking off. That's a really good point. Thanks for reassuring me. My big concern right now of what comes to mind for what can go wrong is I'm a little bit scared that we're going to be ill-prepared. I didn't put your output pipe on yet. We're going to be ill-prepared for like how much heat we need to maintain this many heat pipes. I'm hoping that it's not going to really matter. Okay, so this one will need its own dedicated one. I was going to be kind of greedy with it, but certainly not a good idea. Oh no, that little peepee down there. There we go. May want to reconnect your heating exchangers to heat pipe also. That's a good point. That's a good call out right there. That is what we like to call the factory killer, an insidious and slow one. God, the heat pipes are so chaotic. I can't help but feel that I've somehow stumbled upon like a perfect ratio or a close. Oh no, okay, they're starting to back up here. They're very slowly backing up. Okay. I was like, I'm surprised these are like always barely at 5. Cool. So we are, at least at this moment, net positive on power, which is nice. You're well on the way to building a main menu. What a blessing. All right, I can't think of anything else I want in the moment. It got its speed modules and asked for... Yes, that has those. That has those. Get rid of that request. It's got a bunch of, like, generic beacons for us. Blue circuits is right. I was importing them from the wrong planet. Heck. Oh wow, yeah, rocket capacity is 300. I should have guessed that it was going to be important to ship blue circuits around. I'll just do 900 then. Makes more sense that way to just do 3 rockets. It's weird because like whenever I've landed on a new planet, I've always been like, okay, let's focus on trying to be as self-sufficient as we can and not try to ship too many things over. But this planet is just, haha, have fun shipping things over. So it's an interesting dichotomy, I guess would be the word. Either way, it does appear that we're not going to break on anything. We are... I can't believe our ammonia fluctuates so hard. I think we're going down on ammonia. We're certainly going down on ammonia, so we're going to run out of ammonia, so we need more ammonia. It's not a question anymore. How do we get ammonia? There's no output for ammonia here. I did not set up the ammonia output. Alert. Alert. No ammonia output alert. If you're hearing this message, you forgot to set up the ammonia output. Alert. Please set up the ammonia output alert. Thank you for listening to this alarm. Do me a favor next time and set up the ammonia output so that I don't need to say ammonia output alert alert over and over again. Thanks. By the way, you're doing great and I'm proud of you. And stop being so hard on yourself. Because I genuinely like... You've done so much in so little time. Even if it's like minor in your mind, it's big to me. So keep up the good work. It was too dedicated to water. Okay, our ammonia is now plus. But there was like a bunch of it stashed in the machine. But this looks good. I'm not really doing anything besides making this place work right now, which is a very strange feeling. How is our power doing? We're doing just fine. Kind of what I expected. Our next process is to craft a cryogenic plant, which I'm going to do once the Artemis is full on its circuits, and it looks like it is, so we're going to bring it back to a kilo, and I trust it implicitly and nothing will go wrong. I don't even know if these internal rockets ever get used, actually. I was thinking that, like, the stash was a good idea, and I don't think it was a bad idea, but I think that, like, getting a fresh belt with stack insers, like, look how empty this belt looks, but these things are like, there's still 600 ammo on here, so I don't need to add more. It's like, we just, like, stack insers went crazy. It turns out that if you put, like, what, 3 items in every spot on a belt, you get 3 times as much space. Crazy. Novel idea. Why do I see a bunch of ice? Oh, okay, it's because I moused over that. I was like, I see that my icon shows a bunch of ice on a belt. Things get stacked up a little bit, but usually they just drop right away. This needs to be down to like 33, it looks like. All the extras getting dumped. Rockets are looking good. $33 does seem to be the magic number here. It's a shame that I can't see exactly how long a belt is. I mean, I probably could if I looked at it. Four item? Oh, even better. Ah, I'm so proud of this ship. My one complaint is that things run out of ammo just because of how compact the belt is, and I think the way to fix that is just to, like, change the requirement to, like, not be so, like, spicy. Like, I could just have it place way more of these, which I'm probably going to do on its home trip, but right now, let's let the ship replenish a little bit, because it's got to lick its wounds, so to speak, and then go home. However, it has some very precious things to me. I'm going to be grabbing the rocket fuel, which I don't think we're going to request anymore, but we'll drop it down now. As well as these modules, especially those quality modules, are looking at me in a way that, frankly, I don't find to be so appropriate for a stream, but here we are anyways. I still can't believe that the, like, buy view bots thing is now, like, spamming me with, like, hey, you can buy AI viewers. Like, not even, like, buy viewers. It's, like, they're AI. Like, they're not even, like, pretending that you're getting, like, a living thing. It's pretty cool. One of the next things I'd like to ship over, surprisingly enough, is I think that we're getting into a position where I want to get the stuff for a rocket silo, which you cannot put onto a rocket, but we can start grabbing the stuff for a silo next. All right, so let us stick our quality modules in here and let us watch as we make our first cryogenic plant. It has 8 module slots. Whoa. All right, that's not quality. We're supposed to have a 1 in 10 chance. That means that's supposed to be uncommon right away. And then this one's got to be epic. That's uncommon. Huge. I don't know how many of these we're going to need. I'll just let the machine craft what's in there, I guess. Okay, so we got a cryogenic plant. So now it looks like everything is just with the science. Foundation. Foundation's probably a cool thing to get for other things. Legendary quality! Yay! I'm really excited about legendary quality. A legendary Spidertron is still one of the goals for us. Captive Biter Spawner will also make things really, really nice. So all these researches seem really heckin' cool. What is a fusion reactor? Ah, is this the power thing? Tungsten plate superconductors, quantum processors made in a cryogenic plant. Uses fluoroketone with fusion power cells to make plasma. And then the plasma goes into what? Or is plasma just like a word for power that I don't understand? Oh, there's a generator here which consumes plasma. Okay, so this makes plasma, goes into this. And then there's fusion power cells separately? I guess you put in the power cells into this, which outputs plasma, which goes into this, which creates probably a great deal of power, if I were to guess. Let me see. 100 megawatts. Those are 50 megawatts each one. Interesting. You can craft in a cryo plant with more quality modules. You're actually so right. That's crazy. It's the biggest thing I've seen in my entire life. It is so... I was like, okay, cool. I'll just... I'll just smack these back into where these are. Yeah, no, I don't think we have that luxury. It has 2.6 crafting speed. However, it doesn't have built-in quality, which is... Or not quality, productivity. I assume that's because it has so much... so many module slots. That's a lot of module slots. That's a 20% chance. Heck yeah. Ooh, hiss. You suck. Okay, so we can get lithium brine, and fluorine was the other thing we need. Oh, all right. So we've got a handful of these made. Unfortunately, only one uncommon one. These have a crafting speed of 2 versus a crafting speed of, I think, 1 default of the chemical plants. Yeah, so it's going to be twice as fast as a chemical plant. Can take a crap load of modules, which means we can be a lot faster in practice or much more productive or much more quality. So it makes sense as to why we would want that. Okay. What? What have you done? Why did you leave so quickly? What broke here? Did you not offload like any of your rockets? You did offload some of them. Okay, that's got to be a much higher condition then. Not the end of the world, but certainly surprising. It left before it had enough rockets on the belt, so I need the circuit to stop reading what's inside of the machine and only reading what's on the belt, I think. I don't think it's worth resetting or anything like that, but it is a little unfork knife. I'm gonna have the inductor swing by Gleba and pick up a replacement for that, that broken uncommon turret. There should be rockets on the belt right now. Why are there no rockets on the belt? You're not crafting any. You don't have any iron. Because these are going because they see that there's rockets on the belt in spite of the fact that there's like no rockets on the belt. Okay, you need to like... I need to change your circuit condition. Oh, I got rid of your original condition. If I just moved where these are, my life would be so fine. You're making me real mad. I can... green jerk. I don't know why I had you do that. This actually might be a better idea. This is definitely a better idea. I figured it out. Enable, disable. We'll do iron plate, and we'll only enable disable when there's basically enough plates to fill the belt. I should have done that in the first place. That was a blunder on my part, but I'm going to play through with it because I don't think it's worth quitting on something like that. Okay, so this is just reading this iron belt. When this belt is full, it has 72, so we're going to have you only activate when there's 70 at least. Sad, but not that devastating. Lick our wounds, go land back there. Something else I wanted to do anyways in the meantime was get some quality modules in this. Grab one of these, put it here, grab that, use filter, we'll do turret, and then we'll do less than uncommon. Cool. Then we'll have this be greater than common, or greater than or equal to, or uncommon. I'd like to replace our turrets with better turrets as well. Because what, it's 19 range versus 18, but it's still like an improvement. I was like, what do you mean the Artemis is out on a trip? I'm going to turn it on to just get to Fulgora. I don't want to risk anything funky. There shouldn't be any big spooky asteroids out here. Who was I gonna have go pick up the thing with the stuff? I thought it was the inductor, but it doesn't look like it has a request for it. I must have not done it and just thought about doing it. So let's have this be our rocket turret, and then we'll have it request one uncommon one. Yeah, I don't remember doing this. I probably just didn't remember to. And then we'll send the inductor over to a station. We're going to do Gleba, and then we're going to do... we'll just do passenger present for now. But stronger explosives 12 is going to go crazy. Why is it like really to a stop now? It looks like yellow is actually good. It's agricultural science that we've fallen on. Is Gleba still functioning? Yep, looks like it. I don't have any modules in this at all. That's a real surprise to me that I forgot to do that. I really like this setup. I know it's not optimal because like these aren't on all the time or anything, but I don't know, it's just cool. Okay, so the Artemis arrived back. It's going to lick its wounds and get a few supply drops. Things I want to also grab are things for whatever a rocket takes. So are we firing stuff down? I feel like I just watched the inventory get smaller. The inductor has not received the rocket turret yet. I'm going to receive it now. Oh, it's the water. It's just using the water up. That's what it is. I was like, I swear I'm watching something, but my brain's not processing it. Okay, so... I wish I could, like, request or chest it basically on the ship, just like control. I mean, that would grab way too much of it. All right, let's just look at the recipe and stop being dumb. So it's 1,000 steel plates with the processing units are done. 200 electric engine units. So let's start there. 1,000 steel plates and 200 electric engine units. 1,000 steel plates. Import that from the old Fulgora. Electric engine units, 200 of those. Interestingly enough, it seems like we're going to have to import all of the blue circuits and low density structure ourselves. Hopefully this has a nice stack on here as well. Oh my god, you can drag these around? That's crazy. There's no way. I think I learned that actually like recently. I had forgotten though. So surprise, surprise. A rocket silo also needs 100 pipes, which we have down here, and then 1,000 concrete. I think I want more concrete anyway, so probably a good idea to stock up. I really want to expand Fulgora. The more I see that a kilo needs this much love, because it needs a lot of it. The inductor, I'm going to have you go out because you have plenty of juice. And then we will have you drop down the rocket turret as soon as you arrive there. Okay, so I didn't actually fix the problem at hand yet. This also just breaks if ammo ends up in the system. I don't know how ammo ended up there, but it breaks, which is a real problem. I'm gonna change this to just pulling out rockets for now. I'm guessing it got there because the belt got damaged. That actually makes sense. But this is just going to be for rockets. Oh no, I did fix it. So these will only activate when the belt is entirely full, basically. Which is better. Okay, so the Artemis is... I guess I need to manually make a request for it. I thought it would have just taken it on its own, but I'll make a request for it. This is also from the wrong planet, I can tell now because it's darked out. I will make a request for our uncommon rocket turret. We just want the one. Custom minimum payload. Port from Fulgora is going to be 1. That was truly unfortunate and kind of painful, but not devastating to a point of no return. Like, if it just, like, cut through everything here, maybe I would have been like, alright, that's rough. Our fuel belt is actually beginning to back up. It's very slow. I mean, we're not really doing anything here other than just being warm and standing here, but that's, you know, something. I guess. How is it that we make lithium plates? It's with, holmium and the 2 new liquids. I guess we'll have to build over to those liquids at some point. We have very limited amount of ice platform right now. I'm going to have to get heat over to there. I imagine we could just do... No, we need heat for the pipe the entire way, so I don't think we have the luxury. "11 entities are being damaged?" Those attacks are getting spicy. Our pollution is heckin' skrunked on Novice. Look how far out it goes now. We're gonna have to do another research for artillery range at some point. But think about stronger explosives 12. Oh, it's gonna be so satisfying. Surprised there's no fish here. Like ice fish or something. The explosives are going to be so strong. They're going to be profoundly strong. You have no idea how strong they're going to be. How's Fulgore doing on the turrets? Oh ho! It's a few at least. Such a shame you can't prod module recyclers. I'd like to get 8 of them. If we can get 8 uncommon ones and I can smack those on the front, I'm going to feel better. Not that it would have mattered in that scenario literally at all. Hey. Oh, I requested a normal rocket turret instead of an uncommon one. It's a solid whoopsie moment. I'd go as far as saying it's a certified whoopsie moment. A real heckin' oopsie doopsie, as they say. Heck, I just wanted to lower the quality of it. I think it was concrete that we needed for the last part of the rocket silo. Yeah, concrete. So we need a boatload of concrete. So the Artemis will make a request for... Honestly, 1k concrete's probably not even like a satisfying amount. Oh, we have it in... Slot 2 apparently. There it is. Make it 2k concrete and we'll import it from the Fulginator 5000. How many goes in one rocket of engine units? Oh, 400? Okay, no, 200's fine. Although that I should really upgrade that because we're gonna want more rockets silos there eventually. So where are my engine units? Probably in some random corner of the world. Oh, there they are. I was like, what the heck? That's not the right type. Let's make it so they can fill a rocket whenever we want, basically. Not be so wasteful with the stuff. I really like how my novice looks. Oh, my roommate actually drew like a picture. I think I still have it. Hold on. Though it looks different now than it used to, but my roommate drew a picture. There we go. Of my novice face before it changed a little bit. As like a really dumpy looking lizard dinosaur thing. And she sent me this. And I was really happy that it existed. I hadn't brought it up on stream for a little bit, but I really liked it. I don't know why it was dumped out of its mind, but it really was. Alright, so... we have... almost enough concrete to satisfy what we want. I am surprised we're not getting this imported when we have enough. Guessing as the rockets are too focused on shooting up the concrete. I wish the quality of the turret increased its damage. I know that that's like being a little bit greedy, but I want it. 7 on the planet, we just need 1 more, and I'm going to upgrade all of these to uncommons. And replace the missing ones as well. I typed in unk. That's not exactly what we wanted. Can that turret... Okay, it can see far enough away. Oops, sorry for smacking you one more time. I just can't help it sometimes. The Artemis is in a good enough shape, but okay, it's not quite in a good enough shape. It's almost in shape where I would be comfortable copying its design and making a second one. But it blew up because I had things messed up, so it wasn't quite good enough yet. Oh, yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to do. So it's looking... It can see inside itself, which is an issue for this, like, condition. So I want this to be over 900. Because it's seeing, like, the 400 or 500 stored inside of it. It can break 900, but it traditionally only does when it has, like, a crazy amount stored. Honestly, flamethrowers are so overpowered. I'm not scared to say it. I set up these flamethrowers with like just crude oil instead of like actually good processed fuels to do more damage, and they just have been so fine on novice. I want to do my space exploration Factorio playthrough on this once I finish up this playthrough. So I want to continue playing that one, but it's been basically like on like permanent hold. I set up ice melting here and then set up recycling for the water, which is kind of cool if you think about it. No, stop sending water barrels. I'm going to change those down to minimum payload of 10. So that way, it'll be like, oh, you only need 10 to finish? I'm not sending you 10 lines of water barrels again. That's a much better idea. What an eloquent solution. The gun turrets are on the way. The engine units are on the way. So it looks like we're about good to come back here. I didn't realize they just phase into existence. Boom. So now we have turrets with at least a little bit more range. Oh, I want the asteroid collectors too. Let me have Fulgora start working on that as well. I think we have asteroid collectors set up here. We do. Because I think better quality asteroid collectors with their like bonus arms and stuff will go bananas as well. I really love whoever did the music for Fulgora. It goes so hard. Recycler. Okay, so we'll slowly produce higher quality not recyclers. Asteroid collectors. We should do quality recyclers as well. They're not recyclers. Grinders? Is that what they're called? No. What the heck are they called? Crushers. My bad. What is Crushma? Great question. Okay, so I got uncommon turrets galore on the front side now, which at least gives them more range. I now have the request set up so it should wait for a tremendous amount of rockets rather than a pitiful amount of rockets to exist. In fact, I'm gonna even like... So that only dumps them when there's less than 50. I'm gonna make it less than 100, so it'll dump them sooner. And you know what? You can store up to 500 in there. Okay, so everything looks good to travel, and I have no trust issues in the slightest. This save is just because I'm nervous about my power going out because I believe there was just a solar flare that happened a few seconds ago, so that's why I saved. This looks like everything. Nothing else I can make the rocket silo. Yeah, I appreciate the hydration redeem. I'll sip to that. You stay hydrated as well. I should probably eat something soon too. How you doing today, T? It's always super nice to see ya. It's really like daunting that there's just like an area in which if a meteor or a asteroid makes it like in this black area here, these are dead. Like the whole ship is dead if these just don't succeed to a specific range. It's fun. It's a fun thought. It's harrowing. Keeps you on your toes. Oh, you know what? I need to make these into green belts. Wait. Green belts go crazy here. I didn't think about that before. What a silly blunder. That would make it so all the ammo will replenish a lot quicker too. Okay, there's another like very obvious upgrade we can take for the ship. This was a very healthy and very safe. We only ran out of ammo on this one basically at the end. And it's probably going to replenish in a second or two anyways. Has stopped successfully at Aquillaroni. I'm going to call it Aquilo from now on instead of a kilo. Wait, is it actually a kilo? No, it's got to be a kilo. I'm just glad the Artemis can make it, to be honest with you. I'm only so jovial because, like, it can make it. Means there's a chance for me to leave one day. Not sure, to be honest. That's okay. I'm not sure either. We'll be not sure together. Anything else? I think the next pit stop we're gonna do is have the Artemis go swing by Vulcanus maybe and just sit above it while it upgrades. Kind of a fun thought that we have like a garage for our ships. Oh my god, but Stronger Explosives 12 is going to go so crazy, you have no idea. This being said, I don't really want it to chill around here for too long, so once it meets these admittedly kind of steep circuit conditions, I will hopefully watch it leave again. My inventory can hold a lot, but not that much. Thankfully, we are positive on our rocket fuel, at least for the moment, so... the belt is actually filling so slowly that I'm genuinely shocked. What is this? What does this do? There was just an underground belt that went nowhere. Okay. So everything's here. We have plants, we have chemical plants, we have one uncommon of these thingies. What can these make? Can these make anything notable right now? More cryogenic plants, obviously quite nice. We can make sulfur battery. Okay, so these replace a lot of things. Oh my god, we could put this on a ship theoretically. That's so big though. If we put this on a ship to make our sulfur or our explosives, I guess I can't do... it wouldn't have to make sulfur, it'd have to make explosives and then do the recipe for... coal liquefaction, which I guess it can't do? Or coal synthesis, sorry. Yeah, because there's no coal synthesis here, which is strange. Okay, but it could, I mean, we could theoretically make... not even, I guess the explosives. We could make the explosives, I guess, with a bunch of modules. I don't know if it'd be worth it. Either way, It looks like our primary focus is to make our ammonia rocket fuel. It can make solid fuel from ammonia as well, and it can do the actual ammonia gathering. Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay, well, GG, we've won. It's over. I need to remake the whole factory. Okay, not the whole factory, but like if these two right here, admittedly the modules are telling a bad story. The removing these two is just like with one of these is like an improvement. So I'm gonna try to do stuff like that. Hopefully the pipe outputs are nice too. Let's see what they look like. Oh yeah, no, that's nice. Considering we only need one pipe next to it and it can output like this, we have a lot more freedom. So we'll have to remake the whole base. But we can also make a rocket silo, which is kind of like free dopamine. So I'm going to do that to start. Rocket silo. Heck. I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I meant to put the quality modules in ahead of time. I don't think it takes the quality if I put them in now. Maybe it will. No, it probably will. Because I think productivity starts as soon as you put it in. This should take the quality, I hope. I don't actually know, but I think it will. Never lucky. I mean, also that might have been just normal luck. However, we have a rocket silo that exists. And it needs to be heated. Obviously, why would a rocket silo produce any heat? But there's something to be said about a rocket silo. This said, I believe that we are posturing to get off this blue trapped bubble, as it were. I should have brought over more chests and stuff. I haven't set up roboports or anything because they said that bots are gunked here, so I was like assuming that they weren't going to be super useful. This being said, it's almost certainly nice to have them set up regardless of their alleged usefulness. We're running low on heat pipes, I'm now realizing as well, so that's going to be something we need. Can I make a chest? I can make a steel chest, okay. Good start, good start. Not exactly like the true logistics solution, but it'll work for now. Honestly, it's just comforting to know that I can go, like, do something else. I can go land on Fulgora and, like, do something. I really needed that for the mental. Can we make, whatever it's called in here? Not tungsten, this stuff. Lithium. The answer is no. Is lithium made in anything other than a crafting machine? Or a smelter, sorry. It's just an electric furnace, that's it. The exit door is no longer blocked. Perfect way to put it. It gives me like some comfort. I don't feel as trapped. We can make lithium in these though, which means that when we're making them, we probably want to go crazy on them. We need holmium plates, which we have some of right now. Lithium brine, which we don't have. Unfortunately, I think heat pipes is going to be the big issue that we're going to face now. I will stick some of my robotos into here. Did we get any more ice platforms? Not many. I have to imagine we're going to need a 2 wide ice platform. Reason being, we're gonna need heat pipes to come down here. Unless we make heat on site, but I don't really know a way to do that right now. I wonder if does hot fluoroketone count as heat to cool things? Oops, I didn't mean to put that in there. Fluoroketone, however you say it. Whatever it is. I can craft these two somehow, right? I don't remember how to make them though. It's just 50 ice and 400 ammonia. I mean, the 400 ammonia is kind of a tall order right now. I didn't realize there was a fluorine vent right here. I mean, I knew it before, but I'd forgotten. How's the Artemis doing? I'm a little bit concerned that there's not enough things on the belt yet. Just because I don't see many rockets. I see some, but there are gaps betwixt them. Definitely going to have it take the Vulcanus trip this time. Is there any more rocks I can nab? There is some. Every little ice platform helps. Looks like they might have brought me back some more, unless that's just all ice. That one kind of looks like platform, though. Nah, just ice. That's fine. Are we excess on fluoroketone right now? I could set up actually a way to dump with this. We are, or not fluoroketone, ammonia. We are capped on ammonia, so what I'll do is set up a cryogenic plant here, which we'll be doing. This can't actually make the platforms, which is silly. I mean, maybe it's not that silly. Maybe I'm being kind of harsh on it. This will at least dump a little bit of it from the ice I put in, and we need it anyways, so. Let us dismantle this. Oh. Okay, so good job, bots. I forgot you don't have any storage thingies. The Artemis left. It's already low on rockets? Hopefully that was enough. I really wish you could just convince it to put more rockets in the turrets. Okay, looks good so far. 397 tons. It does cap out a little over 300 kilometers per second, which is a really heckin' fast speed. I don't know if you've tried to run like any amount of kilometers per second, but 300's quite the feat, let me tell you. I think these are running out of ammo because their range is higher, interestingly enough. All right, great. So we made it okay. This turret is a little out of ammo, but that's all right. Surprised there's any big ones at all, but I guess it's as soon as you cross over as a few of them that spawn. Okay, so I want to upgrade planner this entire area, basically. Nope, not what I want. Let's make a custom upgrade planner. And we'll just have it be from belts specifically. Whoops. Yeah, can you go ahead and upgrade the Express Underground belt to the Express Underground belt for me? Thanks. Okay, so I'm calling for an upgrade planner here. There might be some available on the planet. There is like enough on the planet, actually. Okay, so I do want concrete still. I'm going to set it to 1,000 concrete instead. I'm going to set this to whatever the minimum for a rocket is, which I think is 300 for these. How do you tell? Oh, it says right there, 300. Boom. I'm going to just take the minimum amount of like the stuff in which you make rockets with. I'd also like one of each of these storage chests, which I'm gonna import basically everything from Fulgora. Apparently not making those on Fulgora. No, I probably am. I am. I'm pretty sure I would have been. Poor Fulgora is like really got the stress put on it now. And this needs to be I forgot what the other thing is. It is rocket fuel, so we don't need any of it. Okay, so it's just the processing units and the LDS. It's not that bad. If a ship is going... Okay, that kind of freaked me out. I wasn't sure what that sound was. I thought we were just getting hit by asteroids. If a ship is going past an area, or like going to, we'll say from Fulgora over to a kilo, just having it pick up a few hundred low density structure and blue circuits and then just drop them is just like, that's gravy. I'm hoping that when it upgrades the belt, it's not ripping the stuff off the belt. Doesn't look like it is. But I figure with the green belts, everything will travel quicker. Just want to upgrade the ammo count on the belts and to bring heat pipes. Good call. Very good call. These are actually different counts anyways. Is 700 possible? I'm going to call for 700 on each of them. Actually, it needs to be higher because right now. How about 800? Really good call on the heat pipes. I completely forgot. Are we making heat PPAs on Fulgland? I don't think we are. Maybe I should have hitched a ride on this thing, but I thought about that, but I was like, that's a cop-out. Hitching a ride is just me being like, I don't want to be on a kilo anymore, and I do want to be on a kilo. I think what I might do... I really don't want to, like... Wait. Why is this no longer enough? Oh no, they'll always take stuff. It is enough. Okay. I forgot. Heating towers, obviously, they waste excess of stuff. But this isn't making anything because we're out of ammonia, because we're out of solid fuel, because these pipes froze at one point because they're not connected to anything. Is that the issue? Okay, that's the whole base turning off because of a heat pipe. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. No, good call out in the big froze section. I stumbled upon it basically at the same time. I did know that the bots were here, Gunkin. This bot is... I can't click this bot. Can I deconstruction plan to this bot specifically? Alright, you can just float there for... No, I feel bad just telling you to float there for a little bit. Oh my god, you just picked up your own, like, selves. Those robots had picked up themselves. That was crazy. That was robotception. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. We have arrived. Everything is okay. Nothing is broken. So we're resupplying our water to get the ship back up and running quicker. I don't know if it's possible to meet this condition of 800 because of how I have things set up. Because these are only going to put it, oh yeah, when there's only 600. So we'll go to 800 on these. It does look like the belts have all gone across. However, something appears to be broken, which is this thing looking at the number 33, which was... Ooh, I see a blunder. I forgot I was belt weaving. Shouldn't make that big of a difference, but I was belt weaving there and I forgot that I was in this, like, this one doesn't have to be particularly fast. Oh, but it will fit like that actually, so I'm gonna swap it around. And keep the green one here. Because this one can be kind of slow. This one doesn't matter if it's fast or slow. I will have to shoot some things off probably. No, did it just eat the sulfur and stuff? Alright, that's fine. The belt weaving curse. It's true, I don't like often commit to too much belt weaving, but I certainly did there. I don't think I did anywhere else on the ship. I hope. But I don't think I did. They should make green pipes. Doesn't matter if they do anything or not, I just want green pipes. Okay, everything is working again though. I really like this hole in my ship. I don't actually know if it's a hole or not. I think it is, but I don't want to fill it in if it's a hole, you know? Can I, like, see? Yeah, it requires a thingy under it, so I'm pretty sure that's a hole. That's my hole, and we're gonna keep it there. Green pipes made out of spoilage? Oh my god, yes. I was gonna say more, but say like exactly that much. That's the perfect amount. Okay, so I've stacked it so that these will go to 800 on the belt instead of 600. And honestly, the belt is still like really healthy looking. So I'm going to set it to 1,000, in fact. That's 100, Miko. It's like 1,000, but a lot less. This one's weird because I've been storing a lot inside of the base, so the rockets take a while to like populate properly. Maybe I shouldn't be too crazy with the ammo, but there's still like a ton of spaces on the belt, so I'm assuming it's just fine. I'm gonna have this only store 300 in here instead, I think. Okay, so green belt was a big improvement. We did actually miss some green belt here now that I'm looking at it. Looks like we have some spare green belt, thankfully, so we can just put that down. Have we made any progress on better quality? Oh, I blundered. I really made a an enormous blunder as an oofy moment. I forgot to put the quality modules in, so we've just been kind of wasting materials for some time for no reason. That hurts, I'll admit. That one doesn't feel good, because that's not exactly a cheap thing for us to make. Looks like we backed up again, because... Why did we back up again? Because we don't use holmium solution at a satisfying pace. I am drowning in holmium solution. This is not a problem I ever expected to have. I thought holmium was going to be like the big concatenator, you know? Oh, nope. The issue is that we're not making stuff because we're out of accumulators. And that's because the accumulator maker is unable to go fast enough. Oh, right. No, because I multi-purposed you into a double cume. I forgot. Let's, You're doing great, but let's have you go back to just focusing on them. Because clearly the base needs that right now a little bit more. Holy cow, though. Those accumulators are crazy. We do have a lot of purple cumes. Whoa! Holy, the plant parties when it gets some speed modules. Whoa! Hitting up the carnival or the fair and hopping on that weird thing that like sticks you to the wall. There's actually a crazy amount of rare accumulators. I was thinking we had like a handful of them because I was like, oh, we only had that much of the epic ones, but no, we're kind of rolling in them. How am I placing this so badly when it was going so smooth before? What was I doing differently? Oh, it's because I did it like this instead of copy pasting it. Well, that's what it is. It's really nice and plays super nice when I do it like that, but when I don't do it like that, it's like... looks at me like I'm dumb. May as well just place as many of these as we can. I can't see a real reason not to. Yeah, because each of these is like... a normal cume is 5. Each of these is equivalent to 4 normal cumes. The blue ones are equivalent to 3, so it's just like... space-wise, it's super efficient. So we'll do the uncommon cumes next. And there should be a bunch of those. We'll just keep lining this upper area. Probably could have just done like an upgrade planner. Actually, I don't know if upgrade planners work for quality. No, surely they do. I imagine you can select quality as an option for those. Oh my god, this section does not line up with the rest of it, and that actually just devastates me to learn. I don't know when that happened, but truly a blunder of all blunders. It's probably just because it was like a thing from an older part of the design. Okay, hopefully we have enough for that, but either way, it's like a nice upgrade. Oh, we have plenty. This should put our stored power in a much better place at night. We were capping out at 15 gigajoules before tonight will be the big decider because we put a bunch of them down. I mean, you can just see there, we're already up to 16. We've gotten like 2 gigajoules without taking up any more space. Or gotten almost 2 more gigajoules without taking up any more space. The holmium didn't really fix this. I cannot believe that holmium is like an issue. Like, I'm genuinely still like blundered by that. Blundered? Blown away? I think blown away is probably better than blundered. I'm shocked. I'm turnt. Surely I need to process it better, but for now, there is our first uncommon asteroid collector, thankfully. I'm going to call for upgrading this to rare module 2s. Red circuits have been in short supply. I'm going to circuit condition this so that when our red circuits exceed like 1,000 or whatever, it'll turn on. Because clearly we need a lot of them for requests. So this is just a sink for red circuits, to be honest. Like, it outputs stuff sometimes, but traditionally it doesn't really output much. Okay, so green belts now. Hella rockets on the belts. It's refusing to output more. So I'll have this go up to 300. And there's still like plenty of belt space left too, is the nice thing. I wish I could like set up filters or splitters in such a way where it would be like bullet, 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 rocket, bullet, 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 rocket, bullet, 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 rocket every time. So it's just like a perfect, like, I guess magazine, not bullet, but like a nice distribution of them. Either way. I changed my mind. I want to store a higher number again. I'm just so surprised holmium's an issue. This is the complete opposite of my experience on Fulgora when I was playing the group playthrough when I had only done Fulgora. Having a higher circuit condition for rockets on Fulgora versus a kilo is probably a good idea. So it'll scoot away from a kilo quicker. But I'll spend more time on Fulgora. Kilo's gonna want holmium plates soon, right? Yes. I have a good chunk of them, but we should probably set it up so that it's gonna request more. It's a good thing to think about. I've basically done nothing on a kilo, except I've successfully made a rocket that lets me leave by shipping the stuff over. I feel like I've done so little, but at the same time, I kind of feel like I've done a tremendous amount, which is an interesting feeling for sure. I'm glad cargo landing pads don't freeze on a related note. I don't know what it would mean for a cargo landing pad to freeze, but I'm glad it doesn't anyways. I think I want it down here. Subject to change, but I wanted to move it while there's nothing in it. Did the Artemis successfully get... It did get the boxes. Getting those will be nice because then we have at least a little bit of control over it when we leave. Did we need more heating pipes or did we drop a bunch off? I can't remember. We definitely need heating pipes. Oh, right. I was going to send you by Volcanus, but I guess I don't have to. We're not making heating pipes on Fulgora, and I forgot to set up making them, which is a real blunder. Definitely don't want quality heating pipes. I'm willing to bet that that doesn't do anything. But it would be nice to get some. Looks like it's a really easy craft. Although I think it takes like a crap load of steel or something each time for one pipe. So it's not the cheapest. The bots are doing so much work on Fulgora. Really make things convenient. Okay, so we've got heat pipes being produced, which will shoot up as well. Cargo pod should bounce off a frozen landing pad. That would be awesome. I'd be super down with that. What else do we need? I guess we're good on supplies. We have 1.1k rockets. It stored the 500 inside. There's still extras that are probably outputting. Yeah. It's such a shame you can't productivity those. I would productivity that every day of the week. Hopefully it'll fuel faster. We don't need to go buy to get the better belts because I had them on Fulgora available. Is Fulgora like running out of juice for rockets? Yup. I had a funny feeling since I made so many requests from it recently. Though I am a little bit shocked because I thought that we were going to have like enough rocket fuel forever without like batting an eye. Since solid fuel, to my memory, was incredibly abundant, but it just looks like we don't have enough of it now. Again, I know it's just because I put a tremendous amount of stress on Fulgora, and I have like the water requests. Maybe I'll stop requesting water from it. See how the ship holds up without the extra water. Because, I mean, it's eating a lot to just send, like, 10 water barrels at a time on occasion, so maybe it'll be fine. Or we'll be cooked, one or the other. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any uranium fuel cells yet. I would have expected some to shoot up, but maybe they're waiting for us to be missing 50. Which is fine, no big deal. What the heck? Now we're completely out of green circuits? That makes sense. That one I think is on me, though. I think all those green circuits are going to stupid town, unfortunately. Alright, I'm gonna turn off these, like, semi-unnecessary things that I have going on. Where did all the green circuits go? Were all of my green circuits coming from this? Okay, I figured out where my green circuits went. Okay, yeah, also the deficit on LDS. Man, you can really see the cracks in a base when it's pushed to its limits. But think about Stronger Explosives 12. Oh, gonna be so nice in 30 minutes. Taking like 5 hours to do. My goodness. How are we so late on copper cables? Are the copper cables just going to die somewhere? Literally, the copper cables, which we are in like super dire supply of, only go to get recycled. And they go into a box. I'm going to set up a bot that will drop off copper cables over here. Or at least a requester chest. That'll at least rectify like a lot of the issue. But I also need to make sure that it doesn't go too crazy. Yeah, the crazy tax on LDS was pretty spicy. I'm going to have it so that this only pulls when this box is empty. That should be an easy way to do it. Copper cable. And then we'll set that to 0 and then it'll work. If there's ever anything in that, this will turn off. But if there's not anything in it, this will turn on. And that'll get some green circuits at least going through the system. Which is better than none green circuits going through the system. Much better. These don't even use that many green circuits, but if it's zeroed out, then it's just cooked. So it's a nice little contingency. How is we looking? Like no heat pipes made at all. I mean, 50 is like a fine start. We're extremely low on copper, which is a real problem. Maybe I'll go grab the heat pipes from somewhere else. We've got time. I'm just gonna go grab them from Novice. I think Novice has a boatload of them. It's gonna be kind of a waste of fuel, but on the other hand, I could have the inductor pick it up and bring it over. Let's do that. I'm gonna add heat PPAs, and we're going to ask for 200 of them from Novice, and they should have... Oh, I already have a request for him. Ah, but you haven't dropped your cargo, which is why you're sitting there. Okay, you can go back to Fulgora. I guess I did this already and I thought about him. I'm gonna make it so that Fulgora has a request for heat PPAs as well. I am more than a little bit concerned with filling up the electromagnetic science box to the point where I'm going to put a second one down, which is not a really good way to deal with your problems, but it is a way I'm going to deal with mine today. Why is it sending up a bunch of modules? Oh, right, I forgot you're shipping all the modules. Let's chill on you for a little bit, because I think you've already done, like, really good on that. I have to imagine Novice has, like, a good chunk of modules now. I need Fulgora to heal a little bit. I'm asking way too much of it. Oh my god, look at all the belts. I'm going to put in a requester chest here. In here. And then an active provider chest here. And I'm just going to put in a request. I guess I'll copy this and make one more. Just so these transport belts and things aren't just sitting in there. It's kind of hard to quantify when they're just all sitting in storage chests. I really should have just made more cargo bays. I didn't know how cargo bays worked, so I set up this like daisy train of storage, and I think I could have just put cargo bays onto this and it would have been a lot simpler. Storage just take priority, so should be fine. I wanted to set up the last one too. I think eventually they'll start pulling from the active provider chests into the buffer chests, which I don't want. Holy cow, we have so many turbo belts. We could probably like upgrade Planet the base. Maybe I should have just done that and just upgrade Planet the base, and eventually it'll be turbo. And then whenever I did belt weaving, everything would just break, which would be very funny. Okay, so going to assume that we're done on these. So I'm going to can I isn't there like a way that you can like remove something from the system? Is it purple chest signal? I could swear one of these chests would make it so that you could like remove it so bots wouldn't be pulling from it. I think that this one's done too. Holy cow, there's so many turbo undergrounds and stuff. I'm like shocked at how many belts are here, to be honest with you. It's weird because we didn't get like a... Oh, a buffer chest. Right. It has its own logistics thing. I really don't know why there's so many belts, but like no splitters. There's just like no splitters, but there's like thousands of belts. I have no requests for splitters. All right, you've done great on belts, to be honest with you. I can't believe I never requested splitters this entire time. That's tremendous. Blue just don't request from green unless you check a box for that's what it is. Okay. I just want to see how we're doing on belts because it was kind of hard to quantify it, and it seems like it's okay at least. Could be a lot worse at the minimum. Okay, so the Artemis has gotten its heat Thingummy-What's. It looks like everything's good. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. We are doing pretty good on rockets available right now. Novice is being attacked. What's new? Yeah, I need to stop requesting so much LDS. It is heckin' hurting. We might deliver LDS from somewhere else to Fulgora, but like that really hurt the base. I am going to go... Oh no, my power might go out again. I better save the game really quick. Phew, that was close. It's been like several months since my power went out. I don't know why I said again like it happened somewhat recently. Okay, I'm gonna change this over to low density structure, and then we're going to look for, I guess, 200. Even that might be a bit much. I'll just leave it on Fulgora, I guess. Alright, let's hope the trip goes good this time. That is a very nice improvement. It looks like we're not actually going to run out of fuel this time with those speed modules. Really good call on that one. So we maintained our 300 kilometers per second. Coming back to a kilo. Welcome back to a kilo. We also have a tremendous amount of rockets and ammo left. I guess part of that is the quicker the trip, the less time we spend. I will shoot down the LDS, the processing units, the heat PPAs, and these chests as well. Those will be at least a little bit nice if I need to hop on and take a trip off here. I'm so excited about Stronger Explosives 12. You have no idea. Like, I feel like the plot started falling off after Stronger Explosives 7, but I still find myself just going back and enjoying it every time. I don't know why. Something about it. It's just like, it's one of those like really enjoyable flicks where when you go to it, you know you're going to have a good time regardless. So like, just enjoy the ride. It's about the journey, not the destination and all that. It's gonna be a game changer. It will change everything. Okay, so my excess ice is going to go into making some more of those because we haven't made much progress on a kilo in a little bit. I don't remember making this ice bridge before, but go me. Great job. Quickly pick up some of the goop on the ground here. They have a chance to give an ice bridge, they just don't guarantee them. I think the bigger ones, they have an expected 3. Oh, no, they do, okay. I just didn't see them in my inventory because it's much like how fluid pumps and the other pumps are not in the same spot of the inventory. Or the offshore pump, I should say. In spite of pump being here. Offshore pump should be near the pipe to ground and pipe. Oh no, it produces something, therefore it should be on the production page. Look, buddy. You want to tussle? You want to go? Yeah, I'm picking a fight with you, straw chatter. Okay, so not gonna fight straw chatter this exact moment, but it was a fun thought. We're pretty close to having enough to push over. Really though, Stronger Explosives 12 is going to make our trips dramatically safer. Which is a really arbitrary number, but it really is like genuinely one of the most impactful changes. Oh my god, it's so close. It's so close. Gimme. Can I like... Okay, I can deconstruct the ones I've placed. Heck, I'm like running out of free real estate here. Only holds 4 at once? Okay, I gotta be careful. That's gonna fill up quick. Alright, so here's my plan. Heat PPAs all the way down. Okay, so this is going to be my pipeline here. We can... Oh, I didn't think about that. We could have actually saved a bunch of... No, because we need the PPAs coming down. Have the PPAs go around the top side like this. We're going to need the PPAs to go across this area. I'm hoping the heat will be enough to like make it over here. I could see it not being... I should place... No, I guess I won't place this myself, so the bots will place the other stuff. I don't know if we need all of that or if we can cheat with one of these fluorines for now. I think we should really just set up all of them. Oh my god, look at Stronger Explosives 12. I don't think it's going to be done in this spurt of science, but maybe the next one, because it's already descending a little bit. The Apollo's already chilling above Gleba, so... It's a little provocative what it's accomplishing nowadays. Oh, there's a bunch of things to disassemble here for more platform. Great. I really hope the heat's going to be good enough. I got a funny feeling I might need to set up more things that produce heat down the line, but I'm hoping that maybe it'll be fine. Something I do need to be a little cognizant of is I'm worried that if I plug this in, we'll like lose heat to our base instantly. I'm hoping it's not that dramatic, but it certainly could be. It's so weird that bots just drain really fast here. Does the cold actually do that to electronics? Is that like a normal thing? I think EVs have significantly less range in cold weather. That's cool. I didn't know that. I had a feeling that there was some logic behind it and they weren't just like, bots are going to be worse. They could have also just done that though, and I would have been fine with it. Alright, so what is this off put? It's for green gas a second. No, don't do it. Okay, so what happens in theory if I connect this? The heat is traveling. Did this obliterate the heat down here? No. Yes. Yes, it does. Oh my god, the heat is plummeting. As long as it stays warm right here, I'm mostly good. Oh yeah, I need power, huh? Forgot about that. I was playing a modded planet that banned logistic robots, and the explanation was it's too windy, but to be fair, it was very windy. Look, I'll take it. Assuming, so I haven't played many modded planets. The one that I've actually played is Lignium, which in the pack I was playing it in was very much intended to be like an early game one, and it was really fun. But it does give you bots super early. But regardless, if it's intended to be played in a specific way and they develop it in such a way that it's like logical and not like miserable, then heck it, you know, I'm down with it. Yeah, the Wood Moon, that's the one. Yeah, Stellar Horizons was the pack I was playing. And that one will, I was playing it with Rampant fixed as well, and it was one of the most stressful experiences I've ever had playing a video game. And I kept pushing through it. I was playing with my roommate, and we actually like were finally making headway on Rampant and like holding our own. And then the game started lagging like really badly. So we had to turn off Rampant. Which is unfortunate, but so it goes. I wasn't like super devastated about it. Yeah, we were like finally getting our footing. Rampant fixed is messed up though. Like I never played proper Rampant really, but Rampant fixed is like skrunked. It is not okay. Sorry, bot. I know you're chasing me around. Like there were biters that were like Maybe they were spitters. They were purple, and if you kill them once, they split into like two, and then if you kill those also split into two. And this was like when we had normal turrets and no flamethrowers, or we couldn't get oil or anything. It was really, really rough. But we did have other things like a shotgun turret and a mortar turret, which were pretty expensive, but interesting regardless. It's a fun mod though, Stellar Horizons. I want to do more of it. It seems like it just combines a bunch of relatively popular, whatever they're called, planets already. Okay, so if I am making, I have fluorine. So what is fluorine used for? I'm gonna bring up the actual like recipe for it, or the thing in the Factoriopedia. Is it UO? UOR? Okay. So fluorine is literally only used in fluoroketone, fluoroketone, which is lithium, solid fuel, fluorine, and ammonia. So that's not the most useful this exact second. We have lithium brine, which I think had a purpose though. Okay, so the Artemis went home and didn't explode. I just want to say that I'm very proud of it because I didn't babysit it, and last time I didn't babysit it, it like exploded. So I am proud of it, and I think it did great. Let us set up our pump jacks over here. If you hold shift and rotate, it rotates it the opposite direction. I had no idea that was a thing. Never change Factorio. Yeah, I think all the like little purple biters that were splitting into more little purple biters really stressed the game's performance in multiplayer, at least. Yeah, heating pipes are certainly, I think in short supply is a good way to put it. Because while we have some now, my goodness, they need a pretty tremendous amount of them on this planet. Which I guess makes sense since it's like an ice planet, but... we're gonna barely have enough to like get these connected. But this does feel like a pretty significant piece of the puzzle. They just knew after I like struggled super hard working with like even oil as like a fluid, they were like, yeah, you know what? Let's make a whole planet that's based around fluids. That'll make me go have an easy time. Like things. Oh my god. Stronger explosives 12? Holy moly. You know what that means? We're never gonna research explosives basically ever again because now these do over 1,000 damage a shot, so it's 2 shots to kill a large thing. Huge? What size is it? It's the big ones. So I mean that's nice. That's a emotional victory, I guess. Two shots to kill, exactly. Okay, so hopefully this doesn't stress the heating towers too much. I'm surprised at how chill these heat pipes are. I kind of thought that they would be a lot spicier. We will need to get some power down here, so I will set up a substation which can get all of them, and then we will start bringing down... Ooh, a little bit of funky action, saving some... I don't know what we're saving. Sanity, I guess. Okay, so those should have power down there. Heat is slowly going down. Then we'll have access to our other liquid. Fluid? It might be a fluid versus a liquid. What can we do with it? I don't know. I don't even remember what it is, to be honest with you. Wait, that produces only like 300k of that liquid? How much does this make? Wait. This has like a number on it. Is that normal? I don't think I've ever seen a liquid with an expected resource. Okay, we need to productivity module these right now. I never want to have to deal with getting more of these ever. How bizarre. All right, so we have lithium brine now. Perhaps it's because it turns into lithium, so it's like equivalent to mining. That said, we have the ability to make lithium. Okay, so that's cool. Well, let's start with something like that. I guess what I'll do is just put down a tank in a few spots to like... get some value out of the liquid. Honestly, let's just have it go over here, actually. Just to start putting some in a tank. To be determined on the usefulness of putting those into a tank. I think I will change it like this. I was really concerned this place would never be able to like exist on its own without constant shipments of things, but I am relieved to see that it does. It exists to an extent, at least. Looks like we have plenty of excess ammonia, so I'm going to steal some of it. You've got to be kidding me. Cannot build on smooth ice. You're smooth ice, buddy. Think about that. Be careful who you mess with. Sorry for lashing out that one time and calling the sentient Factorio being in the sky smooth ice. That was quite a blunder on my part, I'll admit. Welcome back. I feel like I want to build like 70 Spidertrons and just blow up every biter on Novice. Is that like a normal emotion to feel? Alright, I'm gonna put down a passive, I guess a requester chest here. This is definitely gonna need to be a requester chest. We're gonna request just all the holmium in the world. I think this is its primary function on this planet. It might not be though, but I'll request 2,000 of it here. Let me see what else holmium is used for. So it's used in the fusion power cells as well as the lithium. And Tesla gun, but We can make that on the other planet, so there's no reason for that to matter. I was thinking that was the railgun, not the Tesla gun. Okay. But we need lithium plates to make fusion power cells anyway, so we need to turn holmium into lithium. I'm thinking productivity up the hoo-ha on this one. This makes 0.2 holmium per second, which is kind of slow, as it were. That's a pretty slow amount of holmium HPS, as it were, holmium per second. Kind of shocked at how low it is, to be honest with you. It's definitely like a number. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay, so admittedly, this does have minus 80% crafting speed, which is apparently the limit of it. I feel like there's a few beacons that I have on. Oh, right, the Artemis left me. But man, if it's not efficient now. What did I want again? I spaced out. Oh, right, some beacons. We definitely are going to want a pretty intense amount of beacons. Looks like everything is at least flowing up here once more, which is nice. We do have beacons created there, so we can make a request for beacons. We have 19. I think I'm going to make another request for beacons, to be honest. Beacons, import them from the Fulgnation. I would like 40 of them if possible. Thank you, Fulgnation. I can't get over how slow this is. Like, it's a little funny that it's like that slow. However, we are producing lithium, which up until this moment has been a limited resource. How the heck do I do a furnace stack? I guess I don't, huh? I mean, I probably can. There's no, like, I don't know why I do this to myself. I make these, like, furnace stacks that are going to be, like, so ridiculously excessive. Wait, how the heck do I get heating PPAs through here? I guess undergrounds, then serpentine them on each side? That could work. That seems so excessive. Maybe we just do, like, a single line. I hadn't considered... what in goodness' name I was going to need to do to accomplish this. I knew not the fury of Set, but I am become aware. Why does this look so lopsided? I guess because this one's one in. Okay. I could grab far. Perhaps diddly. Okay, I'm gonna need to do this on like both sides actually. I think. I don't know, this kind of hurts my little peanut brain. The inputs are up there, the outputs are down here. I mean, this makes sense to me. It's a little weird, but you know what? That's life. Sometimes life's a little bit weird. No. Okay. So those output onto a belt down here. And then what? I actually really like how stuff on a kilo ends up looking. Weirdly enough, I really dig the heat pipes. Okay, so they craft the lithium actually very quickly. So our furnace stack doesn't have to be... I mean, I don't know how much lithium we're going to need. How do you make the science pack? Oh, hell. All right, so that's going to be a lot of lithium. At least the ice is easy. I don't know what fluoroketone cold is, but we do have... As long as we're shipping holmium plates, we can just, like, effectively copy paste this and make a bunch of lithium. We'll make it very slowly for now. And just for the moment, I'm going to put it into a box. There's one in now. Stick it in a box so you can use it later. All right, so we've at least figured out how to do lithium. Now, how the heck do you do the fluoroketone thing? Okay, so bad news. That also takes lithium. Well, I'm glad I learned this. We need to rip this up. We also need to start making more cryogenic plants because we're gonna need a lot of them. Okay, sorry, I got up for 1 second. We only got one uncommon one so far. What are the odds? It's like a 20% or whatever, right? 20%. So we got a 1 in 5. Surely we're overdue for like a legendary. Another uncommon one? Sounds good. Looks like we had just enough refined concrete to kick out one more. We're gonna need a lot. Okay, another uncommon one. Great. Cool. So I want to replace basically everything downwind like this with these machines. We're definitely going to need a lot of power. So I can see the appeal of all these beacon slots. I can't really see them. Oh, I guess I have it backwards. I see the appeal of the fusion generator. Because 8 beacons is going to make this thing take like a... Or not beacons, module is going to make this take a pretty tremendous amount of stuff. I think the easiest way to do this is actually to place down the plant. Then call for the recipe that we were doing before. This was the ice one. Remove some of the piping. And then we can install the offshore pump like that. So prod mods are probably not going to be the play for stuff like this early on. It's making 40 per second right now, and it's making 130 per second. So just one of these machines, replacing 2 of them, is already a very big net gain, and that's without modules in general. If we do something like speed, we're doing 442 per second. Might put some strain on our power. Yeah, I'll say. one of these with a bunch of feed modules kind of obliterates our power. So we want to be a little bit careful. This being said, these chemical plants are already probably a little bit excess, so I'm going to take these down manually and then just replace it with one of the fancy machines. Because these ones were layered in such a way where I think that logically speaking, we can just kind of get away with doing one. Saves us some of our pipes and pipes of both variety, really. I was going to say pipes and heat pipes, but I meant all pipes. So let us place another one down. Obviously, the uncommon ones are going to be ripping a lot harder than the other ones. Boom, plugs right in. And that'll be like, what, it's 1.63 per second. I didn't actually check what it was before. This is going to be a little bit slower. What the heck is logistics connection? I'm not even going to begin to think of what that is. Can you enable disable machines? Not, you know what? That's really cool. I didn't know that was a thing. But I'm trying to figure out how this was before. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. So this is a little bit slower, but this is doing 0.29. This machine's obviously much better rocket productivity for, which is nice because a rocket fuel productivity, because that's just a nice thing to have. I think I'm going to not spend science for a little bit so we can hopefully build up a buffer and hopefully send over some cryogenic science packs, although maybe I'm getting a little bit too overzealous. I'm going to rip down 2 more of these machines. This one I'm going to just build forward. Because we have plenty of space. I guess I'll put it here and then just, no, I want it to be adjacent so there's no necessary, pipes. Did I run out of concrete? Oh, that's probably a hole in the water. That's what it was. Okay, cool. So plug this bad boy in. Like, on their own, these are a pretty stark improvement, especially when they're uncommon. But if we slam any modules into them, it's even better. So these are just wins across the board for us. Heck. And then we need to put up our cruncher wunchers at the end as well. Cool. So that's dramatically more ammonia than we were making before, which is nice because we're going to need a good chunk of it. These are our solid fuel makers, and there's 2 of them, so I'm going to, hopefully without much interference, swap these out, because again, ooh, our electricity is already kind of on the cusp, so it looks like we're going to want to improve our setup a little bit if we can. Unfortunately, we don't really have... Oh, we do have more turbines. I thought we were completely stuck on turbines, but it looks like we do have some, which is nice to see. Of course, now this doesn't connect, which is a problem. So I will just move this down 1 rather than be unnecessarily stubborn. Okay, so that gets heat. There we go. Something we can shoot over would be more of those, because our power is definitely starting to feel the burn, so to speak, when we get these better machines. These speed modules, at least as of now, are not necessary literally at all. Honestly, I might just throw a few of them in there. Yeah, because it just keeps capping out, so that's fine for the moment. So let us go and remake this. Alright, so we're making solid fuel. The solid fuel feeds onto the southern line there. We have both the things here. We'd like to fit a cryogenic plant in this area, which might be a little bit tough, so let's see what we can do. We can fit one in, but not in a satisfying way. Makes it so the pipes cannot be good. There we go, that'll be fine. Looks like we're missing some more of the ice, rock, ground things. Looks like there's another island. So I'm gonna just peek over here and see if there's something I can steal. Cool. Okay, this is going to be our solid fuel maker from ammonia. Thankfully, we have a lot of ammonia being made now. I didn't even notice there was a rock right here. I really like how your dopey mech swings in it. I don't know why. I'd expect it to be like a little bit more mechanical, but it just heckin' swings its big ol' arm. Alright, so that should solve that problem. Boom. We're now making solid fuel. Solid fuel can then come out here. I'll make some productivity in this, I guess. I don't think it really matters too much. Actually, I'm gonna remove it. It'll be fine as is. Then bam. Solid fuel goes down here. We've now compacted several of our buildings. I'd like to do the same once or twice more. I expect to have like a drill arm? Exactly. You know what game I always wanted to play? I guess not always wanted to play, but realized I wanted to play recently. I, for one, think that like mechas are really cool. I'm a big like Gundam mecha looking fan. And I realized that From Software, the people that make like Dark Souls and stuff, have like a franchise of where you just play as a cool mech. And I want to play it. I don't know how badly I want to play it, but it at least came into my mind that it was something I wanted to do. So our water and our ammonia are always fully up there. Armored core, yes, that's the one. Okay. So we have 2 more ammonia makers and 2 more ice makers. So I would like to replace the ammonia and ice makers with a singular one of each respectively. So I'm going to... okay, this is the dedicated one over here. Holy cow, these take 1.55 megawatts instead of 217 kilowatts. No wonder our power was like fine up until now. I've noticed our heat stack has diminished. This makes 11 solid fuel per second. Incredible. I'm noticing that our rocket fuel stonks went down a little bit. I'm hoping that that's just like fine. I want to repurpose more of the base. So this part is like really spaghetti, but this is where we initially started. So this pulls out ammonia. This is just an ammonia maker, and it just has the ice get conked down here. So I'm going to assume we're okay to disconnect it for now. Hopefully, but I'm going to do it anyways. Definitely don't want to disconnect that. That is like one of those lifeblood cables. Oh, I'm out of uncommon ones. It's like, why can't I pick that up? That was a real Greedco moment. That was a certified Greedco classic. I need more ice. Let me go to that other island instead. The big ones are supposed to have 3, so that's what I'm kind of relying on. Okay, the bots also just are like really good at that. Oh, we have 14 now. I definitely don't want them getting stuck over like a frozen lake. I was gonna say lake, but I think this is more like an ocean. An ocean is definitely the right word. I couldn't think of the word for ocean, and that's rough. Okay, so my thought was we do this. This is going to be another one of the default ones. We do that there. Boom. So now we can have that output there very easily. This also doesn't need 2 crunchers, I don't think. Yeah, no, just 1 is fine. So I want 1 more of these, and I want it to be a water maker, as it were. Trying to like clean up my heat piping a little bit so I have more space. I wanted to put it here, but it doesn't actually look super viable like it's gonna work there. Maybe it will. No, I can free up a little bit more space. That might just be like barely enough if I can get a little bit more. I would like it to output near the water pipe, which is right here, which was I guess the dream, so to speak. Is there, these can't do ice melting? Okay, these can't do ice melting. Good to know. I guess I'll just leave this one to be like a dedicated ice dumper over there. Cool. So that is going to put a stress on our power, but we should have, yeah, we're like backed up on ammonia now, like pretty healthily. I hope that this is enough to keep our water going too. I'm not against trying a few of them. But I've cleaned up the chemical plants I was using before, which is the absolute goal for sure. Looks like these are backed up now. This has made 54 products. We definitely need more power. How do you make the things again? So it's lithium plate. Maybe all this lithium should go into this, because this is like seemingly the plate. We also have a bunch of excess ice over there, so we can certainly pull some from just that machine. So it needs fluoroketone cold. And it'll produce fluoroketone hot. This is the one that's certainly going to be a confusing one for me. How's our power doing? Okay, cool. We have a pretty good amount of leeway right now. So, fluoroketone hot is lithium, fluorine, ammonia, and solid fuel. And we can simply cool it by putting it through a cryogenic plant. It'll produce 50 of this. So this currently is making excess solid fuel, which is good because we're going to need excess solid fuel. These pipes are now excess, so I'm going to remove them and reclaim them because we will almost certainly need them for other things going forward. These undergrounds also do nothing now. Whoops. I was like, that one looks like it's load bearing, and it was, as it were. Probably a good idea to reconnect these as well. Great, so going to grab the excess of these for now. Whoops. Do one of those. It's so weird that pipes can, or belts can freeze. Belts should really take power. There's my spicy take. Okay, so we have excess solid fuel going here. I say excess very loosely because, I mean, I guess it is a pretty good amount. We're not really ripping through it that quickly over here. I want to make sure that these, I really love that I'm just doing two stupid red inserters that are like giving to each other. This doesn't even do anything anymore. It just exists. They're just handing off. Love those things. All right. So this needs access to fluoroketone, which I generally have in the southwest area. I guess the fluorine can go wherever. Then it outputs downwards, I guess. I can have it go upwards like this. And then, okay, nope, that was one off. I was like, that looks good. No, it doesn't. I feel like my perspective Factorio broke as soon as I got to this planet. Okay, so I will do undergrounds over here. And a normal pipe. Okay, so this is getting several of the things we need. This thing. I don't know how to feel about this thing. I'm gonna remove the productivity modules. Call it a blunder if you will, but we seriously need way more of these. And they're so slow. Lining these up is actually kind of a pain. It's like not that bad, but it's a little bit annoying. You could do a mix of prod and speed. Yeah, my concern was also the power. I'm really hoping that the wait. I can't even call for ghosts for this right now? That's so weird. Either way, my concern was certainly that the power would just kind of implode on itself. I'm hoping that the fusion reactor will be a nice solution to that. Oh, I forgot that you're just like being fed with that. You know what we'll do? A classic maneuver. Okay, so that's 0.42 per second and 0.58. So now we're making 1 per second instead of 0.08 per second. The reason being is that we're going to need to use lithium for this as well. And unfortunately, a lot of the cool goodies are locked behind the science pack, so I'd like to start getting at least some of the science pack existing. I think that this furnace stack was a really generous idea. I think that this furnace stack had some real gusto to it in concept. I'm going to deliberately cut it down because I want to double dip on this if I can. Okay. If I can make a science pack, I'll be happy. That's what I want right now. I want the dopamine free of charge that I am rightfully owed in the shape of a science pack. I am aware that those heating pipes no longer connect. I have reconnected them. This is just like one plant too. How much does this make? 10 per second? I don't remember why I wanted this stuff anyways. I mean, it's for the science pack, right? Okay, it outputs... Interesting. So it actually outputs hot stuff. And you need to oven the food out the cold food. Okay, so we create the hot stuff, we cool the stuff, and then we basically have figured out science. Ish. Feeling a little bit cramped right now. If I'm being quite honest with you. Going to free up a little space here. Reason being, I just kind of want these to smooch. So this cannot be productivity'd. The cold one is just cold. The science pack is also made in a cryogenic plant. I forgot to actually connect these. Okay, so we're making hot fluoroketone, which is then going through a cryogenic plant to be cooled. Great. So that's something. We have one cryogenic plant left to our name right now. And this is going to be the science one, believe it or not. Holy scuffed. All right, that's fine. I realize now that one of our thingies isn't working. Really doing some truly diabolical stuff to make this work. Okay. So I messed up. I goofed, I gaffed. I admit that there was a real blunder on my part. I was planning ahead, unfortunately. How have I had to move like the same substation like 30 times? How does this keep happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? Okay, boom. That goes back into the system to be cooled. A small little goof 'em up. I like that. Small little goof 'em up. Okay, so I actually like this. This is like a non-negotiable situation that I'm in. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to PPA that better. Oh, actually, it's really easy. A simple underground belt should suffice here. That way we can pull from that heat, which is almost enough, but is not enough. So a simple underground PPA must go a little further. You know what? Let's go all the way with it. Okay. This is some real spaghetti piping to accomplish something pretty simple. However, we now have fluoroketone cold going into my cryogenic science pack. I just want to make some science pack. It's just the dopamine. We're so close. We do have a large excess of ice in this machine over here. This being said, I think that we'll actually tap into this one. Oh, this is actually like old. My thought process was, we'll leave it going for now. My thought process was that we would take everything up here. I ran out of heat PPAs. I'm so close to the finish line and I ran out of heat PPAs. Unbelievable. I'm sure there's some superfluous heat PPA somewhere. I can smell an extra PPA sitting around. The super sniffer's going. Like, this is super extra. Unnecessary. Boom. PPA's gained. Boom. This is such a mess. I really need to move the power out of here at some point, like unironically, as fun as this is to try and fit everything. Okay, so I'm going to do a crunch'em brunch'em over here. And then I will do it on the condition of reading this belt. And we'll read all belt contents. I'll have to see what number I want to set it to. I'm going to leave it empty for now. So I'm going to turn this one off. Then we'll have this be ice, and we'll have it be... Well, we'll see how much this fills up with. Either way. Oh, I want all of the productivity modules in this bad boy. It's just a crawl. 0.3 per second. One cryogenic science pack. Nah, we're not doing productivity in this. We're doing quality all the way down. That'll be so annoying to ship back, but I think it's going to be worth it just because of how annoying these are. I think we'll manually load up the ship whenever we grab the science for now. Either way, is it possible to offload the science out of this building? The answer is yes, barely. Boom. Behold, cryogenic science packs completed. It does feel like at least decent. But oh my god, this place is just a crawl right now. I really want to stuff a boatload of modules in the more annoying stuff. But at least for the second, hey, we've got some lithium plates and we're making stuff. Obviously, we're going to need to ship more holmium plates because holmium is basically a science pack, but we made our first science packs. That took so long. This place is very complex, but it was fun to do. I'm going to shoot the Artemis over to here because I imagine it's just sitting there. I would like it to grab a few more heat PPAs if possible. It grabbed 50. Right, you're just sitting here. Go ahead and offload the rest of that and go over to Fulgora. You need to wait for passenger present anymore. Then when you arrive at Fulgora, drop down those heat pipes. We're backed up again. How is this possible? Last time it was because we were... Oh, okay, so we were behind on these. Because green circuits? I mean, they're running. Okay, yeah, no, green circuits are ultra scuffed. You know what? I'm going to turn off these for a little bit. The module makers. I can't believe we haven't spit out any more epic quality ones. We're going to just turn these off for a little bit. Fulgora needs to, like, actually be supplying and not just upcycling right now. Plus, we want to wait until we have legendary quality, then we'll feel good to do it again. I wish I could tell my Spidertron to patrol like in StarCraft, where you just have it go between 2 points. I'd want to look over and see my Spidertron just walking back and forth. Imagine having a base protected by just a bunch of Spidertrons walking in a big old circle. Alright, so we're firing up our heat PPA requests. There's not going to be enough to fulfill it because the inductor only got so much. But that's good progress. That's better than nothing. I'm going to add a request for 1,000 cryogenic science packs. Something I would also like to do on Novice is to make a request for these to all be productivity module 2 uncommons. I think we have those here. I'm not entirely sure though. I know I had some things delivered, but I think that's some of them. Yes, I did. Okay. I thought I could just copy paste it. Does this delete the whole biolab? Oh no, it's an uncommon biolab. I see. Okay, no, it didn't actually do anything. How do I... Not deconstructor planet. Ah, okay. It's because it's an upgrade planet. There we go. I didn't realize that one was uncommon. Oh, imagine a legendary biolab. What does it upgrade? Probably just the speed, right? Hard to believe, but we're going to have to actually set up this line for science as well. Which I didn't think was happening anytime soon. To be honest with you, I'm going to make a request for those belts. Those are like flooding the living goodness out of this. I want to dump them out this side over here. Actually, you know what? We can probably just like cut down on the space science coming out over here. I need to add cryogenic science to this so that it won't pull it out through there. I just want to empty these boxes and clear them out eventually. That's on the to-do list, at least. I should upgrade these to stack inserters, too. I don't know if Novice has stack inserters. Should upgrade that, if not. I'm willing to bet there's none there. They're missing stack inserters. Is the Apollo picking up stack inserters? Let us change it so that it is. We'll pick up 100 stack inserters from Glebatorius Maximus, and then we will put in a request on Novice for those stack inserters because those are so good and I seriously undervalued them by a lot. Okay, so it looks like we're able to drain that there. We'll type in turbo and we'll just call for 5,000 of those. Then, you know, whatever. 5,000 or turbo underground belts. I can't believe both these chests filled up so quickly. I just like having my stuff organized, I guess. I don't know. Like, there can be garbage storage, but that area has been bothering me for a while. Actually, no, I do want one of them there. I guess? Ideally, we won't be dropping a bunch of random garbage anymore, though. I should have done some research in the meantime, but oh well. Could upgrade to cargo base? Good call. That's what I'll do. This is kind of spicy to move, but it should just be fine. I don't know if we're actually making cargo bays here. I guess we have at least some. Can cargo bays be chained like this? They can. Cool beans. That'll work then. I want to store more science on world more than just on the bill. Cool. Oh yeah, that's quite a bit of each of them. Very cool. So the Artemis got what it could. I think that we're going to send it back over to us. I don't think we're going to be able to have 1,000 science packs available for it now. Though we did get some uncommon ones, which I guess is kind of cool. Okay, so quantum processor is what's necessary to make the fusion reactor, which is the thing that takes one of everything from every planet, right? At least, okay, so here's the thing. We have an understanding of how lithium plates work now. We understand how to make fluoroketone. It's all going very slowly, but we understand the basis of a kilo. We've got something, right? It's not perfect. There's still a lot of superfluous stuff going on and things I can improve. But it's something, and that's good to see. Progress is progress. So the next steps will be going for, certainly it looks like quantum processor is the best idea because that lets you get railgun and actually progress through. And fusion reactor, I assume, is how we're going to want to power the base. Very expensive. How much does a quantum processor take to make? Ah, right. So it's very expensive. Very, very expensive to make a fusion reactor. Very heavy on the superconductors across the board. It seems like they really like Fulgora. The hardest part to kill is bio IMO? I mean, that would be a treat if so. Rocket part productivity seems like such a preem science to get. I would love to get that, but I want to focus on the important things. So quantum processor foundation is like, it's cool. I don't feel like a crazy necessity for it this second. Legendary, oh god, I want my legendary Spidertron so bad. Captive biter spawner, really high up there. So my question is, do I go captive biter spawner sooner or later? It's very expensive. I forgot why I wanted it, to be honest with you. It was because biter eggs were used for something important, but I don't remember what it was. Let me go check really quick. Biter egg. Okay, so it's productivity modules and making biolabs, so we want to make higher quality ones. Also, it's used in Prometheum science packs, so we'll have to do it anyways. Oh, interesting. Prometheum asteroid chunk. You have to craft these science packs on a ship. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't notice that before. Has to be on a space platform. Very cool. We'll have to make a science ship. Which also means it needs to take in asteroid chunks and biter eggs. That is a whole heckin' mess. That's going to be a fun one to figure out. This said, I do think that it's important to start making productivity module 3s. But I think it's more important to start the quantum processor research and start going for the fusion reactor. So I think this is going to be our path. I'm not going to worry about railgun right now. Railgun is so cool, and I really want one. But I think that this is the best play. This gets us a more reliable source of power. We don't need steam engines. My question is, though, is does this produce heat or not? It says it generates plasma. Doesn't look like it. It makes fluoroketone. It's a shame that I can't use fluoroketone as like a way to heat pipes. From what I can tell, at least. Although I guess we can always keep just heating pipes on rocket fuel, and then we just don't need to worry about this part of it. I don't know how this fusion reaction is going to go. But I really liked doing nuclear fusion, so I imagine it's going to be fun. Certainly going to need to keep shipping holmium and superconductors. Those are like the big two. It looks like some tungsten plate to get this started, but then none past that. But a lot of holmium. A lot of holmium. Also, we're going to have to start doing this stuff as well. So what I should do is I should start having it so that the other 3 ships go to Fulgora and just drop stuff on Fulgora, which will be like our interim spot. It's a shame the ships can't just like see each other in space and just like huck the stuff to each other, use like an inserter or like a floating belt. That would be an interesting concept. But hey, look, we can legally get off the planet. We've made our first few science packs, our first epic science pack, which is equivalent to 4 science packs, which means, unironically, like this much here, we have almost 50. With all the productivity we have and everything, is a good chunk of the way to the quantum processors. Not the full way, I don't think, but it's pretty close. However, I'm calling it there. There's a lot of work to be done, but I'm very satisfied with what we've accomplished. A kilo is definitely the toughest, for me at least, by a fair chunk. Being that it took us like, what, 4 or 5 hours of attempts to actually get to a kilo, and this stream was 6 hours, which was a little bit of attempts on a kilo. So I'll say, to be fair, like 5 hours on a kilo. And I feel like I haven't really accomplished anything. I know I have, and I'm proud of what I've done. But I haven't, like, right now, I can't just look at this and go, okay, the solution for this is blah, 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 blah. I still don't have a great solution. But hopefully we'll figure one out. Either way, that was fun. We're making progress, slowly but surely chugging towards the finish line. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. Ignore the fact that I need to put another buffer chest here. That's not worth stressing about, to be honest. That underground is weird. I wonder why that one's so scuffed. It's not important. Everything works. Either way, I'm wrapping up. I'm gonna go clean up a little bit and think about dinner. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you had a nice time. I know I did. A kilo is fun. And we'll see you next time, hopefully. Bye-bye.